Would you look at that? We appear to be live already. Well, folks, welcome to the Robot Rampage League. We are on to week 13. We only have 3 weeks total left. That's not a whole lot of weeks. It's really going to become crunch time for a lot of teams here. Ooh, I don't like what color the chat is. I'm going to change that really quickly. How is everybody doing on this Sunday? As I'm sure most of you are aware, RoboNerd was yesterday in the United Kingdom. I know quite a few of you were there. How was it? Did you guys see Mike? Did you see some of the posts he had? It was quite exciting. See our usual Razor Core on Mighty Hydra. And a couple new people too. Super excited for this week. Lots of matchups are vital. Yes, there are some very vital matchups coming up here. Are we in mathematically eliminated territory, asked Viming? Yes, indeed. We actually already had 2 teams eliminated from contention so far, and it looks like we're going to get a couple more this week, too. Liam's arm still hurts from lugging around the tool chest, I'm sure. RoboNerd was cool. Excellent. Oh, Cassius was there. Very, very nice. Very nice. Well, we have quite a few things to go over here. So, I've compiled a list of completely meaningless stats from the season, even though some of them do mean something. And I'm going to go over them really quick just because they're funny. The longest total fight time any robot in the league has had so far. It's Al Mudamir with 1,562 seconds. That's 26 minutes total. It's really weird. The highest KD ratio, the number of knockouts to the number of times you've been knocked out, goes to Ace of Spades, unsurprisingly, with 10. It's gotten 10 knockouts in a row, and it's only been knocked out 1 time. On the flip side, the lowest KD ratio is Dainsleaf with 0.17. Poor little guy. Real weird. Audio's behind and everything. Might just be you, Logan. Some people seem to see it's alright. Oh, Razor, that doesn't surprise me. I'm about to surprise you, my friend. The highest ring-out percentage, the number of wins a robot gets by ring-out compared to other versions. It's not Event Horizon. It's not 787B. It's not Transfusion. It's none of the flippers that have tons of ring-outs. You know who it is? It's Marauder. It's got 100% ring-out percentage because its only win was a ring-out. Good job, Razor. You have the best ring-out machine, apparently. I don't know. Interesting one that I found, the most been knocked out total. Number of times the robot's been knocked out over the league. It's On Your Own with 10, of all things. I thought it was going to be Stanley, but Stanley only has 7. Really interesting, because Stanley has pretty weak armor, and On Your Own has not only better armor, but ramp plates, but it's been knocked out more often. Very interesting. The fewest points conceded, the number of points a robot has allowed by losing, is Dysfunctional Stepsister with 1. Technically, Transfusion, because it's undefeated still, doesn't have any, but of all the robots that have lost, Dysfunctional Stepsister's only allowed 1 point because its only loss was a judge's decision. Good job, Liam. That was very funny. Speaking of Transfusion, by the way, the most match damage points wins. The amount of times a robot has had the more damage points compared to the other robot in a fight. There are 2 robots that have done it every single week so far. Both of them are heavyweights, and both of them are right next to each other in the spelling list, Transfusion and Twin Gyre. They have yet to have less damage points than their opponents at all this season. Which, I mean, like, I guess that is kind of an important stat, but, like, there's a lot of robots that also win despite having lower damage points, especially, like, Breach, for example, even though I know it's a pure flipper. Speaking of Transfusion, it is still undefeated. We are going to be keeping an eye on it every single week until it loses. This week, it's taking on the Nile King out of the Egypt, so we'll see. That could be a potentially difficult matchup for Transfusion, but we'll see if we can have one robot go undefeated all season. I'm not sure it's possible. Then, getting into our featured fight and match, my friend, it's going to be a doozy. Our feature match is going to be Sinister Creations taking on Pink Chaos. This is a Season 1 rematch where both teams tied in Week 12 in the first season 5-5. Currently, Sinister is number 1 in Division 3, and Pink Chaos just slipped down to 2nd in Division 4. This is going to be a bloodbath, and I'm all here for it. Equally, the feature fight is going to be from said match. It's Omnipresence up against Second Amendment. This is also a rematch from the first season because Second Amendment used to be on Indiana, and it was also the fight of the week from week 2 in the first season. So we could have quite a lot of really good fights coming up here. I don't know. Who has won the most titles? That depends on what you mean by titles, my friend. There's only been one season, so technically only one, but... Oh, it was week 1, Logan. Okay, it's fine. It's whatever. You can tell my research was very hasty this week. I do know it was a fight of the week winner, though. Well, before we get started, I think we should go over what happened last week, because it was somewhat chaotic, as you may or may not expect. So luckily, we only had 5 judges' decisions. 4 of them were in the second half. We were able to get through a lot of them. Noteworthy, Stone Imp and 1 o'clock was a double TKO, which went to the judges. Rather obviously went to Stone Imp because it was dominating that one. Also interesting that Woodrow Kilson was able to beat Exceptionally Gifted. That's not one that I would have expected at any point. Generally pretty straightforward stuff. Here's Divisions 1 and 2. As you can see, there's not a whole lot of movement this late in the season, especially in Division 1. I'm really not sure we're going to see much movement except for maybe 4th and 5th as teams jockey for the playoff spot. And it's really only been the Syndicate and Levantine jumping back and forth in Division 2. I believe there's a chance that the Rebels in second place might be out of the postseason picture this week. Depends on how our friends in Division 2 score. And Division 3 and 4, Division 3 had no movement yet again, even though it's still one of the more competitive divisions. Especially because the Invaders and Magnums, who were right on the bubble there, they tied 4-4, so there was no movement whatsoever. Division 4, on the other hand, had a lot of movement. Moscow's back to the number 1. Team Sanctuary jumped up quite a bit after beating Pink Chaos, and Team Permanganate got shut out, so... sheesh. I think we're also at the point where Plan Z and Powerhouse might be out of playoff contention soon. We will see. Hello, Tomabers. I see you've made it. Did you meet up with Mike at Robert, and did he buy you a beverage? I hope he did. Who has the most wins by judges' decisions? I can probably figure that out, Crimson. Give me a second. I'm assuming you mean by robot and not by anything else. If I'm reading this right, the most judges' decision wins is Cavity Search from Sinister. I don't know how to feel about that. Oh, and it's technically tied with Y2K, but whatever. Right, so I believe it is time to get into the action this week. As always, before we do that, I would like to thank our Patreon stream sponsors. This is a $10 tier on the Patreon where you can sponsor the league, literally paying for the electric bill and internet bill and letting us continue to put on this league for you guys, and we cannot thank you enough for doing so. $15 tier, the ones in gold, get to see the IRL bullshit that we're building. They were aware of the Chia bot that Mike brought to RoboNerd already, and they're going to be seeing a couple other things we're working on in the near future. So, thank you as always, patrons. We're actually going to be opening up the week with one of the patrons' teams. Quite a few of the patrons have teams in the league this season. You did meet Mike, but forgo to drink and got Mike one instead. Fantastic, Tomabris. Right, well, we start, as always, with one of our patron teams, Team Syndicate, or the Tennessean Syndicate, apologies. Owned by Mighty Hydra, and they are taking on the Kinetic Creatures, which is one of my teams. Oh boy. Ohio against Tennessee. That's happened like maybe 3 times. Alright, my friends, we start, as always, with Whammy from the Tennessean Syndicate. Synth Spinner with V-shaped spike assemblies on either side. It's been quietly good this season and has really good reach to keep robots at bay. Kinetic Creatures have Network for its lightweight. Dual Saw Blade Spinner. We classify Saw Spinners a little bit differently from other ones because most spinners do like really big hits at a time, whereas Saw Spinners do slow grinding damage over time. Network has 2 undercutting saw blades in the front, but very exposed motors and wheels. Mighty Hydra saying, I must lose. I will concede the lightweight matchup and raise you the super heavyweight matchup. In 2 words, you're fucked. Pretty much everyone going for whammy. A lot of people saying there's going to be a lot of glitches here. Yeah, the motors on Network do not like getting broken off, so this could take a little while. Let's see how this match begins. Does Network have a chance? Will the mob reign supreme? Quick opening charge from both of them. Whammy is up to speed and already has removed the left side saw blade off of Network. And just like that, the right side won. Network has become a box. Ooh, it's gotten inverted this time, and Whammy is just doing its thing, whamming its spikes into Network over time. You have to be careful about where the motors broke off, because that's what causes physics glitches in this game. They are kind of moving towards where it was at, but Whammy's deflecting Network away. Whammy's content with just slowly grinding away at Network here, just getting the chip shots in and wearing down its chassis. Noteworthy here, if this fight ends in a knockout, that's going to be 3 points. If it ends in a ring out or a TKO where the robot is immobilized after a 10 count, that is 2 points. And for some reason, if this goes to the judges, that'll be 1 point. But Network is already on control board shots, and it's lost a wheel. Although this could actually be a problem for Whammy. It's going to have a hard time getting in there to finish it off. The sit and spinners have a hard time going in to go finish off their opponent. Network is becoming a whole smoke show with that lipo fire inside of it. It just broke the TKO count, and Whammy's trying to spin up and hit it again. And this is the problem with sit and spinners. They rely on the opponent being aggressive coming to them, and Network is unable to do so with its missing wheel. This could become quite painful for Syndicate in a little bit, because even though if Network's able to break these counts at all, that's going to really limit the points that Syndicate can get, although Network's really struggling here. Combination of a lot of damage, and just like that, as I say that, Whammy both removes its wheel and its control board, actually. So, that's going to be the full 3 points for the Syndicate. That was 127 seconds. It's alright, Whammy got there in the end, even though it took a lot. And just like that, they're up by 3 points. A very common occurrence for the mob this season. Rira will be pleased. Yes, wheels for the wheel goddess. Speaking of wheels, we might lose a couple more here in the middleweights. We shall see. Alright, folks. Kicking off the middleweights, we have Exceptionally Gifted from Team Syndicate. 4-wheel drive rammer with a battering ram of axe heads and spike strips in the front. Notably, though, it does not have the high-powered drive motor, so it's much more tactical and patient in wearing out its opponents and then going in for the kill. It's going to be facing Siege from the Kinetic creatures, quad bar vertical spinner with some ram plates on the side for a bit of front protection. It's not been doing so hot. Its lack of a ground game has been affecting it quite a bit this season, but it can be very chaotic and entertaining at times. Not only it won Fight of the Week, I believe it was last week actually, or maybe it was the week before, and it's gotten I think 3 total if you count its win from last season. So. While it's not the most competitive, Siege can be entertaining. Could snipe the T-connector, notes Mighty Hydra. Yeah, it's possible, but the spike clubs are a little too wide, so it's going to have to really go through the axe heads first. Ah, Rear was at Robot Rampage. Fantastic. Quite a few people going for the one with axes, a couple going for siege. I quietly hope this is an entertaining fight. Let's see what these two middleweights got. Opening charges put siege up on its face, and exceptionally he's taken advantage of it and shoved it against the wall. Siege is trying to go to work at the front of it, exceptionally using its battering ram to stop the spinner on siege and also invert it by making it do a front flip. Exceptionally mostly using its drive power rather than its weaponry to get through siege, although it's now gotten through one of the ram plates, and it's starting to de-weapon siege, although exceptionally has now flipped over. Siege can't do anything to that battering ram. Ooh, and exceptionally has taken a wheel off of siege by shoving it to the grinder. Those exposed wheels on siege are no good, as it turns out. A couple more big rams from the Syndicate rammer. Now siege is basically just flailing against the floor with its partially broken weapon. Who exceptionally is actually caught in the grinder a little bit right now, but doesn't look like it did too much damage. There goes the other wheel off of siege. It's also on control board hits, and like Network, it is knocked out with no wheels remaining. 71 seconds, and yet again the mob has a knockout. That was academic, truthfully. Siege really couldn't do much there. So just like that, the Syndicate has 6 points and can no longer lose this match. Does not bode well for the creatures. They're 5 points down on 4th place in Division 2. And they're really hoping for a lot of big weeks here. They're not going to get it if they're losing to the Syndicate like this. Can't afford to lose to your division rivals. But now we get some chaos. Ooh, this could be a bloodbath. Alright, well, the Syndicate enters the heavyweights with the dual vertical spinner, Relentless Heartburn. Dual vertical spinning blades with iron spikes, has some burst wedges to slide under its opponents, and it is 4-wheel drive. Does not have a whole lot of armor around it, which could come into play here, but it has been one of the best heavyweights, rather quietly, actually. It's going to be taking on Dunning and Kruger, the multibot out of Cleveland. Both of them are overhead spinners with 2 fireman's axes and 2 iron spikes on either side. They spin opposite directions, but can do actually quite a bit of damage. Even though multibots are not, like, multibots are a bit of a wild card. You know, like, either they win big or they lose big, but these two have been really getting knockouts a lot. It's actually been, I think, the 2nd best robot on Kinetic so far. And like I was saying with Wildcard, chat seems to be relatively split between these two. Heartburn is the smart pick, but it's kind of weird, so Logan's going to be going for Dunning and Kruger. The Dunning-Kruger Club. We'll see if these two actually have anything for Relentless Heartburn. I do believe these two got their asses handed to them by I Love You, a very similar vertical spinner to Relentless Heartburn, so let's see if they can possibly avenge that loss. Heartburn is starting to go after Kruger, who's and has already inverted it. Dunning has gotten a couple of shots to the rear, but Heartburn is now flipped around and almost inverted Dunning. Kruger is stuck upside down and cannot move. These two are just kind of going weapon to weapon. One of the discs has come off of Relentless Heartburn. Turns out Dunning is actually doing quite a bit of work with his weapon right now. I hear a count right now for Kruger. Hang on a second. Oh, I believe we actually have to restart here. Actually, no, maybe not. Because it looked like Relentless Heartburn wasn't moving there. It looks like its fork is actually caught on the disc. But both of the multibots got stuck and lost, so Dunning is stuck in the floor. Dunning's not stuck in the floor. You can see its weaponry stuck up there. It's actually just perched upwards. It actually looked more like Relentless Harpin was stuck under the ground, but because both of the multibots were immobilized regardless, I believe that is going to stand. Because, well... So ultimately, that did not really affect the outcome of the fight because the multibots got stuck completely on their own. I'm also going to have to check when that actually ended. 39 seconds. Fantastic. Well, that's one way to win a fight, I guess. Not the most conventional TKO victory, but the mob will take it. Also notably, because both of the multibots were TKO, that is the full 2 points for an immobilization. And the Syndicate have won the match, convincingly. They have at least 8 points. So, well then. Now we get to see sheer death. Oh boy. Alright, folks, time for what could be one of the highest damaging fights we've ever seen here. The Syndicate has one father for its super heavyweight. Dual rotator-esque horizontal spinner, one disc spinning high, one disc spinning low. Very well armored with ram plates all the way around, but those large wheels are pretty easy to get to if you slide underneath or over the top of the ram plates. The Kinetic creatures have death penalty for their super heavyweight. A sit-and-spin flail thwackbot with 4 sets of flails on either corner. It is the most damaging robot in the league by a couple of miles. Highest DPS, highest total damage. Like, it has been killing everything in its sight, except for the 2 times it didn't. This could be interesting. A defensive robot up against sheer death itself. Everybody going for death penalty and predicting a fuck ton of damage here. It's possible. I know this was a fight I ran in testing a couple times just to see how some of the super heavyweights dealt with death penalty. I don't remember the damage totals I got out of those, though. Hydra will take the loss if it means getting the record for most damage points in a fight. Well, let me double check what the record was total. So the most damage points that a singular bot has gotten in a fight is 21,818 from Blood Eagle last season. And the most total damage points for both robots in a fight was over 35,000. So maybe we'll get something similar here. Let's find out. Can Kinetic get a win just for moral victory, I guess? We've already lost convincingly. Both robots slowly make their way over to each other. Death penalty already up to speed and going to town on the front ramplate assembly of One Father. One Father seems very unsure as to how to approach this sit and spinner of death, although it is starting to de-weapon the flails on death penalty. And by kind of hanging back like this, it's forcing death penalty to stop every time it goes in. Ooh, there goes a flail off of death penalty already. Death penalty's actually lost quite a lot of its spikes so far. I think One Father mostly used that undercutter with the iron spikes on it to try to go to town on the flails, but death penalty appears to be unfazed. Interesting. One Father's trying to actually bait a count out of death penalty, because it's very hard for death penalty to move and break counts with its drive setup. A very patient approach for the Syndicate here. It looks like death penalty only has got one flail remaining. Also, because of how death penalty's spinning, it's kind of caught in the corner here. More debris coming off of death penalty, I believe. Looks like it's mostly just down to those static iron spikes on the sit and spinner. A little surprised at the patient approach that the Syndicate's taken here. Kind of trying to block Death Penalty into the corner and just let it de-weapon itself. Because One Father's taken, it appears to be really no damage at all here. Well, now it's taking a Ram Plate, but Death Penalty's down to only one of its static spikes now. Again, Death Penalty has to break a count, but it does. It's really hard for Death Penalty to make its way around the arena because of how fast its drive power is spinning in a circle. It tends to oversteer a lot, and it has a very hard time moving forward. Ooh, a couple more pieces coming off of One Father now. But I believe that is all of the static spikes off of Death Penalty, so it's just those sword wheel guards left. I'm not entirely sure if it's able to get that in there. Another count for Death Penalty to break. Looks as though Death Penalty got a hit on the overhead spinner on One Father. But Syndicate appears to be unfazed. And just like that, we're headed to a judge's decision. Well then, a decision for Death Penalty of all robots. That's different. I don't know how else to put this besides that sucked. One Father was just hanging back the entire time and not really doing anything. Like, I mean, I guess like it is pretty strategic for Syndicate to not lose any points there, but like every time I ran this in testing, it was a bloodbath, and this one was fucking shit. So, all right, well, this happens sometimes. You never know what you're gonna get in the league. So, Syndicate has guaranteed won the match. They have at least 8 points, and there's only 1 point available for the super heavyweight. So, I'm going to neuralize that out of my brain as we begin match 2. We have yet another patron team, the Pelagic Wanderers, brought to you by Zester. They're going to be taking on Angry Penguin Robotics. We need to rerun a rematch in the final stream, says Logan. Yeah, so like, I ran that in testing just to see like how do armored robots take on Death Penalty, because it's mostly razor tips, and Death Penalty absolutely fucked up One Father with that weaponry. Like, it was insane, and here it literally didn't do shit. So whatever. Anyway, to begin match number 2, we have Carcinized for the Pelagic Wanderers, dual side axe robot. One side is a spike strip, one side is a Bushido sword, and it's got some ice picks in the front for defense. Can be pretty damaging and put on a lot of damage, but has a very hard time turning. It's going to be taken on PogChamp for Angry Penguin Robotics. Rammer with 3 razor tips in the front. Not the greatest armor on it, but it has been the highest point score for Angry Penguin this season. Chat seems to be mostly predicting the crab here, which is fair. Oh, I see Maz has arrived in chat. I'm glad you are staying up through the night, because I know it's like 2 in the morning where you are. Oh yeah, sorry, Racer. I did spot a super chat from our good friend Teme in there, but I was busy bitching about my own robot. Yes, 5 pounds from our good friend Teme. Highlights of Robo Nerd, supportive comments in my job politics from Andrew Marchant from Tornado, and bursting into song with Sarah Malin of Nellybot, and beating Psycho. Fantastic. Glad you enjoyed yourself, my friend. Yeah, most people going for the crab here. Any undefeated robots left? Asked Blake. Yes, we have one. It's Transfusion. Transfusion will be popping up match 13, so probably like 3 hours from now. Maybe 4. Anyway, let's get match number 2 underway. Pelagic is looking for a lot of points here over a low-scoring team. Ooh, PogChamp is able to get underneath Carcinized and is shoving it back using its drive power. very nearly got the crab into the grinder, although now the crab has gotten down and is wailing on the meme known as PogChamp. PogChamp's trying to get in there using those razor tips to do a little bit of damage, but those front ice picks are preventing damage from being done. Ooh, a razor tip has now come off of PogChamp. It's on control board hits, but it has shoved the crab into the grinder. Ooh, no damage done. Those wheels held up. And just like that, that is a 39-second knockout for the crab. Everything becomes crab when Carson takes victory. Also worth noting here, as we mentioned most damage points in a fight, PogChamp has more damage points here, but basically didn't do any damage to Carson, so in the end it didn't really matter. As Linkin Park would say. Well, that's a very quick 3 points for the Pelagic Wanderers, who are number 1 in Division 2, looking to build that lead for sure, especially with the Syndicate getting a big week. Now we get to go to the middleweights. Oh boy. Two of chat's favorite robots here. Alright, my friends, we have Breach coming into the middleweights for the Pelagic Wanderers. Triple rear hinge flipper. 2 of them are non-damaging flipping panels, and the middle one is a flipping spike. One of the best looking and best fighting robots by far this season. Fight of the week contenders almost every single week, and it looks $1 million. I love it. It's going to be taking on Stanley from Angry Penguin Robotics. It is basically a huge clone. 2 disc wheels with not a whole lot of traction on either side, and a disc spinner in the middle. It's winless on the season. Can't really move because of the lack of traction, and I believe it is made of basic aluminum armor because the builder was not aware of the DSA armor that most people use. What we got, chat? Quite a few people going for the rooting for Stanley, at least. Most people sensibly predicting Breach here. I do believe Breach's flippers can reach the underside of Stanley, but I don't believe it can get the big tosses that Breach is known for. So, Razor mentioning Battle of the Losers. Yeah, so in the event Stanley goes unbeaten this week, it'll be taking on a potentially other winless robot, next week. So, we'll see which of the two happens here. Can Stanley have a good chance? Breach can definitely get those big flips. Already put Stanley in the ceiling. But the huge clone is trying to go to work with that spinner. Breach is doing its best to unsettle it. Stanley has gotten inverted and propped up against the wall and by the grinder. Breach is going for that OODA to pad its stats, but can't quite get the height on it right now. Stanley has lost both of its stabilizers. It's not going to be able to really drive anymore. Ooh, Breach was able to remove one of the discs with that spike strip flipper. Okay. Breach showing that it's got damage potential here. Although Stanley's disc has done some damage to the top side of Breach. That's the challenge I think with Stanley is when you have to get under there as a flipper, you have to go weapon to weapon with it. Stanley's really having a hard time getting out of the corner. It's gotten control board shots up against the grinder. Is it going to get knocked out just from the grinder here? I don't know. If not, it looks like it's propped up against the wall and can't move. Oh, no. As Stanley got down, it took a control board shot from the grinder. And that is going to be a rare knockout victory for Breach here. Well then. That is one way to take victory. Yeah, Stanley was kind of holding its own for a little bit, but ultimately couldn't seal the deal. And just like last fight, Pelagic got 6 points and can no longer lose. As we now head on to the heavyweights. Breach is good. Yes, Breach has been very exciting. I'm not sure if that's going to quite add to its Fight of the Week contender status, but it was fun. Anyway, folks, we now have the heavyweights here. We have the aforementioned Twin Gyre for the Pelagic Wanderers. Dual angled spinners that kind of spin downwards with its spike strips and iron spikes. Has gotten most damage points in every single fight it's had this season, and it is the highest scoring, well, almost the highest scoring heavyweight. It's gotten 30 points. All of its wins have been knockouts. It's been crazy good here. It's taken on E-Girl Power for Angry Penguin. Dual rear hinge flipper. The panels themselves do not have any damaging components, but there are 2 spikes to prevent robots from sliding up the wedge. E-Girl has not had a great time this season. Relatively low damaging and lots of exposed chassis, unfortunately. Having to balance my computer really weird right now because it feels like it's about to overheat. Didn't know Sinister's old lightweight is coming back to haunt me. Pretty much everyone going for Twin Gyre. A couple just rooting for E-Girl Power here. Notably, though, Twin Gyre is not invertible, so in the event E-Girl Power gets it over, that's going to be a W. Let's see if Angry Penguin can score any points just for bragging rights. Ooh, Twin Gyre spun to the side on the opening, and that allowed E-Girl to get underneath it. Although it has now kind of mistimed its flippers, even though it is still kind of jammed in between the spinners of Twin Gyre. At least one flipping arm is off of the E-Girl. But it is staying underneath Twin Gyre diligently. E-Girl's taking a lot of damage from those angled spinners. What Twin Gyre is kind of known for is it rides up the front of the robots and just grinds away at the top of them as it can. De-weapons them and just like that, especially. Both of the flippers are now off of E-Girl. Ooh, and E-Girl took some grinder damage too. E-Girl is actually doing pretty good wedge. It's actually gotten the flipping arm caught in Twin Gyre, which is occasionally stopping the weapons, although it is now free. Ooh, and E-Girl's now playing wedge and just shoving the Pelagic heavyweight around the arena. Okay. Using its geometry advantage here. Much as it can. Can't really do much else. Twin Gyre trying to go to town on the wheels as well. We've had plenty of wheelectomies, as we call them already. Ooh, and now E-Girl shoved Twin Gyre to the grinder, but that rear defense is there for a reason. Halfway through this fight, E-Girl has yet to take any control board shots. It's been playing wedge very well here. Oh, and Twin Gyre's lost a wheel to the grinder. Uh-oh. Although E-Girl is now on control board shots, you got to be very careful of those spinners now. But Twin Gyre is on the ropes down a wheel. Ah, but just like that, the angled spinner came up clutch for Twin Gyre. Unfortunate. 110 seconds and Twin Gyre's KO streak kind of remains alive here. Well now. A valiant effort, says Cap. Yeah, E-Girl really gave it a shot there. I think if it was able to get Twin Gyre out of the corner and go at the backside of it instead, it would have been able to shove it and potentially win, but very unfortunate. Also noteworthy, Pelagic is on 3 knockouts. We're on perfect shutout watch, folks. And they have, well, I was going to say they have a very potent super heavyweight, but instead of that, the game has decided to crash on us. Fantastic. Thank you, Patreon stream sponsors, for sponsoring our streams and our crash page and everything. Especially Zester, it crashed during your team, of course. It's almost as if you planned it. You guys literally help us do the league every single week, and we cannot thank you enough for it. Really using the money for the internet and for putting together the robots that we are sharing with our top-tier patrons. Be excited to show you guys what we're working on soon. I do appreciate that this game has a tendency to crash when the patron teams are up, so then they get a shout out. Very funny. Did you select the right team, Steve? Come on now. And you're not 1v1ing, you idiot. Ugh. Although I would like to see those two face off against each other eventually. Maybe we can do that for some exhibitions at the end of the season. One of the things I like about Twin Gyre is that it tends to give its opponents its fighting chances, Esther. Yeah, that's one thing with Twin Gyres. Even though it's very destructive and KOs pretty much everything, it takes a really long time for that to happen because the opponents can slide under it and move them around and actually have a chance. So, it's very fun. Alright, Super Heavyweight time. The Super Heavyweight I meant to say was very potent was Sharp Snout and Blunt Nose for the Pelagic Wanderers. It is a overhead axe multi-bot. Sharp Snout has more of like a swinging club, and Blunt Nose has a more war pick style axe. These two are very dangerous. They're actually, I believe, third in total damage points for Super Heavyweights. They've actually been very potent this season. They go on what we call a feeding frenzy, but lost a couple recently. They're going to be taking on Pingu's Death Machine for Angry Penguin. Has an undercutting axe spinner in the front and two overhead axes on either side. Those axes can be pretty potent, but the undercutter is pretty fragile, and Pingu doesn't have the greatest drive power. It has lots of exposed chassis when it's going to be swarmed here, potentially, so... Sharks smell penguin blood. Yes, I do believe they do. Now you seem to be behaving a little bit more. For some reason, the fan on my laptop is on the underside of it, so when it's on like a flat surface, it gets really hot. And it's usually not been a problem, but lately it's been a lot hotter than normal, so... I would have it checked out, but I want to replace this thing anyway. I can see one of the sharks falling over and messing this up, says Esther. Yeah, Blunt Nose has a tendency to fall over a bit, so... We shall see what happens here. Will Pelagic get a perfect shutout, or will the Angry Penguins reign supreme? Both of the axes have swarmed around Pingu's Death Machine, although Blunt Nose briefly fell over, but they have pinned the Death Machine to the wall and are going to town on it. Both of the overhead axes are off of the Death Machine, even though Blunt Nose fell over again, but it did self-right this time. Pingu's trying to get that undercutter into play. It's gotten to the sides of Sharp Snout a little bit, and it's kind of gotten underneath the Blunt Nose robot, but the sharks remain unfazed. And now Blunt Nose is going to town trying to break that spinner off. Just pinning the Death Machine to the wall. Oh, they both backed off to break the count very kindly. Has allowed Pingu to get away. The undercutter has now fallen off of the Death Machine, owned by Pingu. They're really dancing around the physics on the floor there. Sharp Snout fell over from physics, but self-righted, so we will let that go. And they are now wailing on Pingu's Death Machine, and they have gotten the 57-second knockout. That is a perfect 12-0 shutout for Pelagic. Ooh, it's been a while since we've seen one of those happen, isn't it? We had a couple of them at the beginning of the season, which made us a little bit worried that we're going to see it a lot, but this is the first one we've had in a little while. Also like how both of the sharks had very similar damage totals here. Both of those being not the greatest years in history, but you know. That was brutal, says Cap. Yeah, that happens sometimes. I mean, that's what I was mentioning with Pingu's Death Machine not having the greatest drive power. It wasn't able to withstand the feeding frenzy, unfortunately. It's alright, though. Sam is a fantastic DSL builder who won some tournaments recently, so he can at least boast with those. But it's now time to move to match number 3, where we have two teams kind of at the bottom of the standings right now. Second place Robotics, who is in second to last place, oddly enough, taking on the Avalon Resurrectionists. This must confirm Pelagic's playoff spot, asks Razor. It might be pretty close, especially with Kinetic having a really shit week. I think it's really going to depend on what the Robot Rebels do. Well, I don't think they can usurp Kinetic this season. Alright, so opening up this week's Tank Bowl with Unknown X for second place robotics. Overhead crusher style weapon, kind of similar to Razor from Robot Wars. But Unknown X has been kind of poor this season. Tends to get out wedged a lot and has very exposed chassis. And I also believe it has basic, I think, titanium armor. Not the best armor on it. It's going to be taken on Dainsleif from Avalon. It's a rammer with a fork-shaped style weapon on the front. It was built somewhat underweight, and despite getting knocked out quite frequently, it is very resilient. It has gotten some wins. It did have a win streak, folks, so not all is lost for Avalon here. Liam pointing out, Avalon needs 12 points and second place needs 11 points in order to remain safe from the playoff, from being eliminated from the playoffs. So we're essentially going to need perfect weeks from either one of these teams for them to stay alive. Do you think Unknown X is a spiritual successor to Chemical S? Asked Maz. No. Because Chemical X was able to actually get a couple of wins intelligently using its weaponry, whereas Unknown X trolled us with a 180-second knockout, and honestly, its Crusher's basically done nothing. Like, I think it's one of the lowest damage point totals because it can never use its Crusher. A lot of people going for the underdog. KJ pointing out week 13. Yeah, week 13 in season 1 was the week of the underdogs, so we'll see what happens here. Bacon Burger with the burns. I mean, Code Silver's aware of Unknown X's rather poor form this season, I think. So, yes, of course, Code. You have other good robots, though. I will note that. Getting off the lightweights. Ooh, Dainsleif goes right up Unknown X's wedge and was able to break off the Crusher after taking a couple of impacts from it. So we now have a weaponless Unknown X taking on a wedgeless rammer. This could be a very interesting fight here. I believe that's the remains of the Crusher off there. Kind of similar to the E-Girl fight here. The Unknown X is trying to play wedge over the more damaging robot, but these two are kind of unrelenting at the moment. Very kindly break the pin. That snapper motor's not looking too healthy on Unknown X right now. Code, time to take a nap. Yeah. Unknown X's fights can be rather long sometimes. Kind of what you got to do when you lose your weapon, but already a minute in. Dainsleif is trying to get that weapon into play, but appears to mostly be stalemating with Unknown X. Both of these two have almost identical drive power, but with Unknown X having the wedge, it definitely has the geometry advantage and can lift Dainsleif and shove it around a little bit. Dainsleif is a little bot that could, yes. Dainsleif is a very resilient little lightweight. Can be exciting at times. Ooh, Unknown X almost got the rammer into the grinder here. Avalon's rammer's trying to keep up as we approach 1 minute remaining. Code Silver noting it takes fights to the decision, but this fight will likely take out of contention. Yeah, you need a perfect week here, and not looking too hot, my friend. If Dainsleif had been built to proper weight, it probably would have done solid, but not amazing, says Nitro. Probably, yeah, a couple more damaging components and maybe even a wedge at the front end. I think Dainsleif could have had a decent shot. It's not a big deal, though. It's still been pretty decent. Under 30 seconds remaining. I'm not quite sure if Unknown X is close to control board hits or not. That front wedge is more of like a front cliff now, courtesy of one Dainsleif. But despite all of the damage that Dainsleif has done, this fight will go to the judges. And I do not know how that is going to be scored, to be honest. I would say it's fairly apparent that Unknown X probably had control there. Dainsleif probably gets damage, but not really sure what the judges will think. As always, we will have the judges get the scores during the week since we're not expecting them to watch a 5-hour stream live because people have lives and such, so... Thank you for making the joke code. Time to rename the team second to last place robotics next season. And just like that, Avalon is unfortunately eliminated from the playoffs. Avalon was one of the more beginner-level teams here. I know the builder, Asteropax, was fairly new to the game. But we liked what he brought to the table, and, like, even though they're not the most successful, Avalon has put on some fun fights here and there. Had a really good match earlier this season. And then someone gets second place next season. Yeah, that'd be pretty good code. Alright, middleweight time. This could actually be a very fun fight. Second place is Yeetus for its middleweight. 4 rear hinge spike strip flippers. Can be pretty damaging. Is actually probably the best robot on second place. I believe it's 8-4 right now. Can be pretty potent, but it does not have burst wedges to slide under stuff as easily. Avalon has Trishula for its middleweight. 4-wheel drive piston poker with a set of spikes, 2 facing upwards, 2 facing downwards. It has been very surprising this season. Combination of its drive power and its piston shoving robots to the grinder and using the grinder as well as its weapon to KO them. Obviously does not have a wedge, but sometimes it doesn't really need it. Chat is actually relatively split between these two. Time for Trishula to play spoiler and keep the hopes of an Avalon match win alive. Notably, Avalon has yet to win a match this season. And they're currently, I mean, there's only 1 point in this fight right now, or in this match, so it's possible they could make it up. We'll have to see how these two teams fare. Let's see if Trishula can withstand being yeeted into the ceiling. Ooh, that was an interesting collision. Trishula used its piston to stop Yeetus and was able to invert it and is now going to town on second place's flipper. Although, now Yeetus has slid underneath it. The flippers are a little bit mistimed, but definitely did some grinding damage to the underside of Trishula. Trishula's going for that wheel on Yeetus. But Yeetus now slid underneath and broken off part of its piston weapon. Ooh, most of it now. Control board shots and smoke pouring out of the piston poker. And just like that, second place has a 34-second knockout to their name. Well then. As I said, Yeetus has been a fairly impressive robot for second place, despite their relatively poor performance as a team, but Avalon gave it a spirited attempt. Second place peaked when they beat the Warbears, says Code Silver. Yeah, you know, I mean, it happens. I mean, Heavy Metal losing to the Colliers led to them losing 5 consecutive matches, so, you know, momentum and stuff happens. Can flip on a dime sometimes. Alright, folks, time to get into the heavyweights for this match. Second place is currently up 3 points with an impending point. Who knows where Eleven's going to go right now. We have Rumblebee coming in for second place. Dual front hinge flipper with, I believe, blades and spike strips. Has really long reach, so it can kind of hit stuff that's at floor level. Has pretty solid fixed wedges in the front and has wraparound wheel guards that are not visible in the photo here. It's going to be taking on Phalanx from Avalon. Dual rear hinge flipper with spike strips on either side. Kind of a fork-shaped chassis. Very interesting setup that Asteropax has here. It has pretty exposed chassis and not the best drive power, but it can get some surprising wins. It inverted Twin Gyre and beat it relatively recently. So chat is pretty split between these two, in fact. I would argue Rumblebee has the weapon damage advantage, but Phalanx probably has the wedge advantage here. I'm going to make a bold prediction. As we know from earlier this season, Rumblebee can be a bit of a dick when it's facing other wedges and can kind of stalemate with them. It's possible it does the same here. I hope not. Thought bad things have been, it might not be a bad idea to swap Rumblebee and Unknown X's weapons for next season. Yeah, you know, that probably wouldn't be too bad. I think Rumblebee would be a little bit better if it had a burst wedge, maybe, so stuff would actually slide up the wedge. But sometimes Rumblebee can be a little bit cringy. Let's see if the cringe goes away this time. Can Avalon score some points? I hope so. Ooh, Phalanx was able to win the ground game and was able to slide underneath Rumblebee. But it's now gotten its flippers kind of offset. It was able to break one of the front hinge flippers off of Rumblebee, and actually the flipper that's underneath Rumblebee is caving in the underside of it. You can see the deformation on the Rumblebee right now. Looks like part of... Like, Rumblebee is able to get that other flipper into Phalanx's chassis, but it's not really able to do a ton of damage right now. Part of the left side flipper on Phalanx has come off, but these two are relatively just stalemated right now. Ooh, Phalanx is actually trying to drive Rumblebee around now. It's gotten the front hinge flipper mostly up onto its wedge. This has kind of been Phalanx's game all season, just trying to stay alive against superior weaponry. Ooh, it was very nearly got the other flipper underneath Rumblebee that time. Ooh, the other flipper's come off now. But now Phalanx is completely underneath Rumblebee. As I say that, it mistimes it, and now Rumblebee is able to swing away at it. Rumblebee's going to town now. Oh no, Rumblebee lost its remaining flipper just as it was about to take off Phalanx's other flipper. Okay. Both of these robots mostly or partially de-weaponed at this point. Rumblebee playing wedge, just shoving Phalanx up against the wall. Backs off in order to break the pin, which it does. And now Phalanx has slid underneath Rumblebee. Ooh, there was a brief physics glitch there, but did not affect too much, so we will let it slide. Now there's smoke pouring out of Rumblebee. That rear hinge flipper is actually doing damage. Phalanx putting in work getting control board shots on Rumblebee. What is this? This was rather unforeseen. Similar to Eagle, Rumblebee's just trying to play wedge and just stay alive here, but Phalanx is doing everything it can to slide under there and try to get a fight. Win. Under a minute left for these two. Maz has to go. Thank you for tuning in while you could, Maz. I know it's very late where you are. I will let you know the result of your match eventually. It's actually looking like Phalanx is having a hard time getting that remaining flipper underneath Rumblebee now. Rumblebee is still trying to use its better drive. Doing a good job, but damage is definitely adding up on Rumblebee. There's a massive lipo fire in there right now. Ooh, Phalanx was able to get under Rumblebee again, and it got the knockout with 9 seconds remaining. No way. I didn't think it had enough time. Okay, then. Avalon apparently saw Unknown X's last second knockout and has decided to try to match it. Well then. A very well-timed scoop underneath Rumblebee was able to give Phalanx the win. So now this match is very, very close. Currently, we only know 3 points going to either side with an impending decision, and the upcoming super heavyweights, this could be a whole wild card here. Okay. Is Avalon at the chance of getting their first ever match victory? And also with that loss, second place can no longer make the playoffs. So thank you, Code Silver, for your team. They can be fun at times, especially Edis, but some of your robots are a bit of a heel sometimes. Alright, folks, so super heavyweight time. We have Supernova for second place robotics. Undercutting spinner resembles Supernova from classic Robot Wars and kind of the reboot as well. Very well armored all the way around, but those large wheels can be cut if you go under or over the ram plates on the side. Avalon has Excalibur for its super heavyweight, a heavy metal noise style spinner with blades on the other side that's perched up at an angle like this. It is winless on the season. It's had a bit of a rough time facing some higher caliber robots. But it's taking on a rather defensive and also underperforming robot. I think Supernova only has 1 win this season. So Excalibur has a good chance here. Yeah, it kind of does. Cool Runner predicting one of these robots will get stranded on their own weapon. Be a little bit tough considering these two both use the large slim wheels. Yes, everybody willing Excalibur on. Yeah, so if you remember last season, the beloved Smashy McSmashface was 0-12 going to the Week 13, where it got its first win. Excalibur might have the same path here. We don't know. If it props Supernova up on its face, I won't have a voice after laughing so hard. Code Silver even predicting that Excalibur's got it. Well, chat is rooting for Excalibur to take its first W and for Avalon to get their first W. What will happen here? This match is effectively tied right now. Both robots meet in the middle, and neither of them can get their weapons into play due to their defensive geometry. Okay. Those front spikes on Supernova are digging into Excalibur's chassis, though. That could come into play later. Oh, Excalibur was just kind of pinned to the wall briefly. They meet up again. A couple more hits from Excalibur, but it's mostly just Supernova using those two kind of horn spikes to push. Another pin broken. Excalibur avoided the grinder expertly. Now the blade's got a couple more hits, but these two are kind of destined to stalemate with each other, apparently. Both of them break the count again. Ooh, Excalibur got a fantastically timed attack there, getting those blades into the defensive work of the Undercutter. Code Silver is bewildered at winning a pushing match here. Well, you know what happens sometimes, you know? Ooh, Excalibur's been shoved into the grinder, and the left side slim wheel has been taken off by the grinders. That's unfortunate. Supernova's, I think, shoving Excalibur into the grinder to get some more damage out of it. Excalibur has to try to break a count here. I don't know if it's going to be able to with only one wheel. Oh, it did. Okay. Still getting those discs into play. Although that defensive work on Supernova is withstanding it. And Excalibur's left side is in the grinder and getting seriously deformed now. Excalibur might not be far away from taking control board shots at this point, despite that Undercutter doing literally nothing to it so far. This has been a very tactical fight from Supernova. Unfortunately, though, Excalibur had a pin and it broke its wheel off against Supernova's armor. And because it was fully D-wheel doing that, that's going to be an official TKO. 123 seconds. Well, that's not how I expected that to go, but that's what we got. So, folks, if you ever wanted to see heavy metal noise from Classic BattleBots and Supernova from Classic Robot Wars fight, this is what the result would be, apparently. A stalemate where neither weapon makes contact. Nope. And also with those 2 points, second place has sealed the match victory. Avalon goes home hungry one more time. Very unfortunate. Tragedy has befallen their wheels, yes. The only person happy about Excalibur losing there is Rira, as it lost all its wheels. Mighty unfortunate. Well, we move from the battle of the teams kind of close to the bottom to a Division 1 matchup now. It is going to be the Halifax Supernovas, one of my teams, taking on the Anthracite Colliers, built by Mediator. He of, I believe, Robot Wars, or BattleBots Reborn. I believe he made some of the robots for that. I don't remember. Code Silver shocked that Supernova took a victory. Me too, partner. Happens to the best of us. Okay, time to kick off a very interesting matchup here. Halifax has Tycho for its lightweight single front hinge flipper with a spike strip. It has been surprisingly potent this season, with a combination of that burst wedge and just getting underneath the robots and taking out their control board and everything with that spike. I believe it might be the highest point score on Halifax. Let me double check that really quick. Might actually be the middleweight, but we shall see. Tycho's currently got 20 points. Okay, no. Middleweight has 21. That's alright. Avalon. Anthracite has quick pick for its lightweight. Overhead axe pick, essentially, with an ablative axe in the middle to protect against hits, but it's very long pontoon wedges going out the front. This could be a very awkward matchup here. Oh, he did make a few of them, says Cap. Wipeout mostly being the main one. Okay, cool. Yeah, Madiator makes some fantastic robots. Anthracite is one of my favorite aesthetics as a team this season. All the bots look absolutely fantastic. And Liam has confirmed that Pelagic is in the playoffs. Excellent. Ooh, chat is very split between these two. That's very fascinating. We shall see which one of us reigns over the other. Halifax is really playing for playoff seeding now, so... Ooh, Tycho fits right in between the dustpan setup on Quick Pick, and the pick is going to town on the Canadian Flipper. A brief weapon-to-weapon hit, but the ablative extender took the hit for Quick Pick as well. Tycho's now gotten under the Anthracite lightweight. Oh, and it has taken the pick off and gotten it into the grinder, and is wailing away on it as well. A dual attack here to try to take him out. Trying to make the best out of a bad situation. Tycho's wedge is so heavily damaged it's clipping through the floor now. Wow, that is some serious deformation. Although, because of how long those pontoons are, Tycho's not able to get that wedge underneath the backside of Quick Pick, because his wheels are riding up those pontoons. That's very unfortunate. Halifax is trying their best to get in there. Quick Pick reversed to break a count briefly, but they have since matched up the same way. Oh, thank you, Mott, for noting this is a Canada versus Canada matchup. Nova Scotia and Alberta. Halifax against a ghost town. Ooh, Tycho very nearly got into the pontoon. It does a whole flip over Quick Pick this time. It's trying to self-right with that spike, and it does now. I think that weapon motor's taking so much damage, Tycho might have some issues actually self-righting if it gets flipped over again. I think Halifax is trying to use the siege strategy of just face planting into your opponent and trying to get the weapon in there. Because Tycho's not able to get around those pontoons and the wheels slide right up them. So much weird geometry going on, says Cora. Yeah, this is the thing with weapon type matchups is, on paper, oh yeah, this type matchup might be this, you know, a flipper might be an axe, but this particular matchup with the pontoon setup, Tycho's struggling very heavily. Only 50 seconds remain. Quick Pick took a significant amount of damage from that early shove into the grinder, but Tycho's unable to do anything here. Quick Pick definitely seems to be down on battery power. I believe it is significantly less than Tycho. Tara pointing out this might go to the judge. So I'm thinking it's the same. There's only about 20 seconds left, and... Ooh, Quick Pick was briefly in the grinder, but... Quick Pick's trying to break a count. It's having a very hard time. Ooh, what the hell? Quick Pick was not able to break a TKO count there. How did it do that? Huh. I'm warranting that might actually be a restart, because when it drove forward, Tycho got in the way and blocked it. But it had plenty of space to go backwards, too. Yeah, I'm going with Razor. That doesn't seem fair, because, like, Quick Pick was moving pretty heavily, but, like, as soon as it touched Tycho, it reversed and just couldn't do anything. Like... That seems more of a... I feel like that should be more of a restart than an official one, because... Especially because Quick Pick has Omni AI, which acts a little bit differently than other ones, so... It's not as much going to reverse as much as it's going to try to drive forward, so... It's definitely moving. This is cap. I'm really not sure whether that should be a restart or not. A couple people calling for it. Had enough space, it just couldn't break the count. The question asked here is, how far away must you be to not pin somebody? Yeah, I'm thinking what Cap is saying is it had enough battery power to break it, and Tycho did block it when it drove forward. So, in my opinion, that should be a restart. So, I think that's what we're going to do. Especially, like, when it's stuff that's very quick. Safe bet is to get a conclusive result and restart it. So, I'll try a take 2, folks. That was a very borderline one as well. Restart time, and ooh, this time Tycho flipped over on the opening charge and has gotten on top of Quick Pick after it fired. What the fuck? We're seeing everything random in the league. What is happening? Quick Pick almost slid up the front of Tycho. What the hell was that? Does Psycho ever review these calls? Asked Tara. I believe he does. Usually he would let me know after the fact what his opinion is on it. I'll probably make sure to remind him on a couple of them, just be like, hey, like, what do you think for that for the future? Now these two are in a bit of a microwave. They should be a restart. Tycho definitely seemed to block it, but also seemed dead. So Tycho was not dead. When a TKO count happens, the robot that's not getting counted out stops to let the robot get counted out, and that's why it stopped. That's also why we say stuff like that would be restarted, because it's just hindering the robots if they're pinned. So, thank you, Tara, for the Stevo wave. This is the point where I ask some random-ass questions. So, because I am a music, heavy metal aficionado, and I like music a lot, I'm going to ask everybody, what is your favorite band or artist across any genre? I'm just curious. Whether it's metal, whether it's hip-hop or rap, whether it's EDM, whatever it is. Let me know what it is. I'm curious. I'm currently repping Car Bomb, which is a very extreme math metal band that I do not recommend, but they can be kind of fun sometimes. My favorite band by far is Trivium. I'm going to be seeing them in October again. Electric Light Orchestra. Ooh, ELO was pretty good. I remember listening to them when I was a kid. Cool Runner. AJR, okay. Metallica, very surprisingly, from Captain Mantine. Nightmare like Sabaton and Nightwish. Yeah, good old symphonic and power metal. Razor's a big fan of the Doom soundtrack. Sabaton for KJ as well, I like that. Starset. I'm curious what that is, Mr. Circuit. Ooh, Imagine Dragons as well. Yeah. The only reason I, like, slightly dislike Imagine Dragons is their stuff is, like, played so heavily. Or saying Geoxor, I'll say. Ooh, Tara likes Infector Rain. Infector Rain's a very underrated band, Tara. I like them too. I really like their 86 album. Tamabris is a Queen aficionado. I like that. Cage is a fan of The Ocean. The Ocean Collective. The Ocean Collective is pretty fun, Cage. I need to dive into their music a little bit more. Find Winter Garden. Interesting. I like that, Me57. Powerwolf and Visions of Atlantis are getting up there. I like that. With Imagine Dragons, you have to respect the craft. Yeah, that's kind of how it is, honestly. Alright, well, just like that, we have reached a decision this time. Although this one was a microwave instead of a wedgie stalemate, I guess. Not you. You don't get a win. Fuck you. So that's 1 point up in the air for these two. Last week was easy on the decisions, and now we have 3 already. Ooh, Green Day and Faith No More. That's fair nitro. Not quite as heavy as I listen to, but I can respect it. 21 Pilots and Fall Out Boy, fair enough. Similar to Imagine Dragons, they're a little overplayed for my taste, but I can respect it. Call 21 Pilots metal. You know, I'm going to slap you on the wrist and say don't gatekeep metal, Cap. Even though I don't believe 21 pounds is metal either. We try to be a very open community in metal music, so... Yeah, more like alt-rock, that's fair. Alright, folks. Now we go to the middleweights where there's hopefully a little bit more action. Halifax has Kepler for its middleweight. It is has 4 side hinge flippers, but instead of flipping in one direction, they flip upwards like this. It's known colloquially as a pop-up. Has been pretty efficient, but the lack of wedge and tendency to wheelie has affected it quite a bit. It's going to be taking on Tumbler for Anthracite. It's kind of a shell spinner similar to Mauler from classic BattleBots. Very armored and defensive going all the way around. It's lost a lot because it obviously cannot self-right and really gyro back up, but it can get some surprising wins here and there. It was beating up Yeetus quite heavily last week. Hello, Mini Duck. Welcome to the stream, my friend. I am doing okay. I discovered yesterday I might have actually permanently fucked my voice up. So I'm very much looking forward to having 2 weeks of not having to talk. Anthracite's one of the reasons I'm putting more effort into aesthetics next season, says KJ. He has no aesthetic theme. I do like the aesthetics on your robots, KJ, but I do see what you mean by a theme. That's kind of what I was going for Tycho, or not Tycho, the Halifax Supernovas as a whole. Even though I had KJ actually make the skins for me because I'm not that great with Paint.net yet. Is Mike due to be on stream for the playoffs? Asked Liam. Yes, we're actually going to be taking a week off in order to make sure he's off work. Because week 15, I'm not going to be here. I'm going to be on a vacation. So Mike will be soloing, and then the week after when he'd be working, we're going to take that week off. Also, use that time to audit our stat sheet, make sure everything's correct, and then have the playoffs the week after that. A lot of people going for Kepler being fuck me, dude. Kepler in this one. We'll see if we have a little bit more action compared to the lightweight fight. Tumbler up to speed, but Kepler is very quickly underneath it and trying to flip the shell spinner around. Ooh, that was a good time flip that time from the side spinner. Ooh, it's got Tumbler up onto the wall briefly, but it did not fall over the wall. Doing a lot of damage so far. Tumbler got back to speed and got a couple of hits. That was a very bizarre collision right there. I'm going to have to double check if that was physics or not. Kepler's come in and hit it again. Ooh, control board shot. I believe that was the knockout right there. That was in fact not physics. That was a standard collision, so that is going to be an official win right there. I just need to see what the time was because I was distracted. 31-second knockout for Kepler. Kepler trying to get me that bingo square for most middleweight knockouts, but it hasn't been doing that very often this season. At least not as much as I wanted it to. That's okay. And that is a very rare 3 points to the Supernovas. They have not gotten very many high-scoring wins. Typically get TKOs and ringouts. Let me actually check the stats on that. So currently, currently before this week, they had 10 knockouts, 9 ringouts, and 7 TKOs. So they're actually pretty all well-rounded. Although I think most of those knockouts are actually Tycho. Maybe split between Kepler, I'm not sure. Kepler sounds like a metal band. If I ever make a band, maybe I'll do that. Near Uda Supercut when? We can put together something like that, Tara. I don't know. We will have an all ring out video at the end of the season like usual, so that'll be fun. Anyway, it is time to kick off the heavyweights here. Halifax's heavyweight is Progenitor. 4 rear hinge flippers that we call pure flippers because there are no damaging components on them. It can get some serious height on stuff, but it can't really do any damage, and it's pretty exposed armor on the top and everything. It'll be taking on Jackhammer from Anthracite. Dual piston poking weapon with sets of spikes and a bit of a wedge on the side. It is invertible, though, so that's notable. Has chat completely died? Or have I completely died? There's some predictions there. For a second, I thought the stream died. KJ saying this might be the first time they're confident a progenitor win will happen. Jackhammer's going to take the flippers off when they misfire, says Tara. Hey, that's... Progenitor does misfire quite a lot. That's possible. Progenitor to make Jackhammer more like a Jackrabbit. Yeah, you know. This could be a fun one. I ran this one in testing just for my own brain, and I'm curious to see what version we get on stream. Pretty much everyone going for Progenitor. Yeah, Progenitor has the wedge advantage, most likely. But Jackhammer can be sneakily good with that kind of fork-shaped wedge in the middle there. Yeah, Mr. Circus has to get over quickly, as Progenitor usually has to. Let's see if Anthracite can respond and get some points here. Or will the flipper have some fun? Ooh, a big toss from Progenitor, but Jackhammer used its pistons to kind of get back down. It is currently inverted and firing its weapon over the flipper. Progenitor just letting it waste its air power, I guess. Oh, what a huge toss. Almost got Jackhammer out of the arena with kind of a backflip. That was ridiculous. And now Progenitor has become Jackhammer's hat. It's actually pretty bad because not only is Jackhammer hitting the underside of Progenitor, it could be getting those wheels around the wheel guards. Although they have kind of set back up and Progenitor has flipped it again, but also misfired and ended up on top of it once more. Progenitor can get some absolutely ridiculous flips when it times them well, but when it misfires, it's somewhat cringy. Another flip from the Halifax flipper, and it's gotten Jackhammer onto the grinder. Kind of gotten a wedge there. Another big toss. Some of Jackhammer's spikes have come off, and it's gotten Jackhammer up and over the wall for a 64-second ring out. Well, hello, Progenitor. I believe that is also now 10 ring outs on the season for the Supernovas, which that might be a record, my friends. Let me double check this. The All Flipper team might have just set the single season UDA record. They have indeed. With number 10, Halifax is now the leader in ringouts in RRL history. Well then. Jackhammer tried, says Tara. Yeah, Jackhammer gave it a good effort, but after getting high centered up against the corner there, it really couldn't do much, especially with its lack of ground clearance. And also with that victory, Halifax has sealed the match as they have 5 points, and there's an impending decision, so the best Anthracite can do is 4. Well, it's super heavyweight time. One for the highlights. Yeah, Progenitor can get some really good highlight-worthy flips in there. Let me double check how many ring outs it is for Progenitor this season. That was Progenitor's 4th ring out, so it's now tied for the ring out lead in the heavyweights. Okay. Tied for the most ring outs in the league and in its own division, just like Event Horizon. Alright, super heavyweight time. The Halifax Supernovas have Event Horizon for its super heavyweight. It is a piston flipper. Pistons don't work quite like they should in real life. They're lacking some of the laws of physics, so they have some power going upwards so you can make a flipper like this, but has all the power retracting. Event Horizon has been impressive. It's got 4 ring outs on the season, which is tied for the league lead. Very large robot with burst wedges in the front. It's taken on Big Boar from Anthracite. It is a chained drill spinner in the middle. There's one large drill with a disc with many smaller drills on the middle of it. It can be pretty destructive and is one of the highest point scorers for Anthracite. Also has burst wedges as well. Both of these robots built very similarly in terms of shape. Although Event Horizon is 4-wheel drive and Big Boar only has 2. Cora reciting the very cringy song that BattleBots had that one week. Event Horizon to extend Halifax's newly obtained record, says KJ. One noteworthy difference here is Big Bore is invertible with the very large slim wheels. Interesting, we have slim wheels facing each other again. But I believe when its pontoons are facing upwards like that, those drills might actually go straight into the flipping segments on Event Horizon. So this is going to have to be a fast win for Halifax, I think. Otherwise, Big Bore might have it. Chat seems split between these two, so let's let the bots do the talking or fighting. What do the big lads have here? Ooh, Event Horizon wins the ground game at the opening and has flipped Big Bore up in the air. Is trying to get it up on top of the wall to extend Halifax's ring-out record, but has just inverted it instead. Big Bore has done a full flip now, but has not been able to get that drill spinner into play just yet. Event Horizon just throwing around the large robot, but now the drill has gotten into the flipping segments of Event Horizon. Although the piston flipper's doing a good job of corralling it, trying to get Big Bore perched on the wall maybe for a ring out. Big Bore is very hard to get over, as it turns out. It's now propped up on its side because of the wheel guards. Briefly into the grinder. Ooh, Big Bore took a ton of damage from the grinder, actually. It's now kind of parked on top of it with its one wheel on there. Control board shots for Big Bore, taking a ton of damage. And it got knocked out by the grinder. Okay, then. That's going to be a 52-second knockout for Event Horizon. Huh, okay. That's not what I expected there. I also believe that is Event Horizon's first knockout and had to use the grinder to do so. What a weird-ass fight that was. So with that knockout, Halifax has 8 points with an impending decision in there. Currently, Halifax has none. Well then. Even as the best robot anthracite, it's still inherited by the Colliers luck. Yeah, that was unfortunate. In testing, Big Bore fared a lot better against Event Horizon, so that was just getting caught on the grinder right there. Piston flipper knockout, I've seen everything this hard. Yeah, you don't really see many piston flippers get knockouts. Cough, cough, airtime. Like, doesn't happen often. Alright then. Well, just like that, it is now time to move on to match number 5, my friends. And we have the defending champion Orlando Commandos entering the arena. And they will be taking on the Pinwheel Pulsars. Making jokes about airtime, and now airtime has entered the arena. And I didn't even know it was happening. Alright, my friends, we're going to be kicking off this lightweight fight with more airtime. It is a piston flipper like Event Horizon. It has a singular one that is exposed, so it can get removed. Single panel that files upwards, but it has lots of exposed sides and back and wheels. It's taking on Nightmare Fuel for Pulsars. It is a side axe robot, but unlike Carsonized from earlier, it swings outwards like this. It's like pinball bumpers that come out. It's one of the most destructive lightweights. I believe it's 3rd in damage points. It really fucks a lot of shit up, and because of its bracket shape it has, lightweights just fit right in there, similar to how Tycho and Quick Pick got on. This could be pretty brutal, my friends. What do you think? Maniac saying airtime doesn't lose. You know, it loses sometimes. Pretty much everyone going. Nightmare Fuel is invertible Nitro, that is notable. Nightmare Fuel is one of the most uniquely designed great robots I think we have seen. It's a very simple concept, but the way it's put together just makes it very unfun to fight. And since most of the chat's going for Nightmare Fuel, let's see if Pulsars can do it. The real question is, how long will it take it to knock out more airtime? More airtime tried to get that piston into play, but does not quite have the reach that Nightmare Fuel does. Kind of firing the piston backwards to use that axe head to do a bit of damage, but Nightmare Fuel is uninterested and has already removed the panel segment of the piston flipper. Now it's just kind of... Nightmare Fuel's trying to wail away at the sides of more airtime, but now the piston has come off and physics is getting a little unhappy with these two. Control board shots for more airtime, and... Oh, more airtime is running away now. Smart play, because just like that, it's been killed in 39 seconds. As it turns out, the hive mind of chat was very correct. And a quick 3 points for the Pinwheel Pulsars. Season 1 airtime was better, says Mott Mott. I mean, you're not wrong. Actually, I think you technically are by points scored, but I think Season 1 airtime had 7 points. Yeah, it actually is better, because more airtime only has 2 wins right now, so I guess Season 1 airtime is somehow better. Not what I would have expected. Oh boy, this could be a very weird fight here. So, the Orlando Commandos have Barbecue for their middleweight. It is a sit and spinner with lots of ram plates and iron spikes defending the robot very heavily. It has been one of the best robots for Orlando, one of the best sit and spinners for sure. It's going to be taking on Vika from the Pulsars. It's what we call a whipper. It's built and looks a lot like a side axe, but instead of the side axes being on a motor, they're fixed on an anchor, and the robot just kind of goes back and forth, batting the opponent around like this. Has, I think, 16 damaging components on it. It can do an ass load of damage when it gets in there, but does not have much of a wedge. I believe these two have very similar records. Let me double check this. Barbecue is currently 9-3, and Vika is 8-4, so quite the battle of the good middleweights here. This could be very fun. KJ, the builder of the Pulsars, is expecting Vika to oversteer and get its arms taken off. That is very possible. Although Vika hasn't had its arms taken off very often with how far out they extend. Logan saying there will be blood. No, there will be oil, my friend. I think that's what that movie was about. A lot of chat's actually going for Barbecue here. Okay. I do not recommend barbecuing Vikavolts, though. I think that barbecuing them would just make them explode. But let's see if there's an explosion in this fight. See if the defending champs can get some points. Coming very heavily. Barbecue's not really able to get up to much speed. Vika did a good job of corralling it briefly. Now Barbecue's trying to get up to speed. Vika's kind of corralling it up against the wall, trying to get it stopped. But Barbecue is unrelenting with its Beyblade tactics. Those upper spikes on Barbecue are getting into the chassis of Vika and doing quite a bit of damage right now. Not really sure the weaponry on Vika is very efficient right now, although it has kind of corralled Barbecue over to a grinder and removed a couple of ram plates. The Beyblade is slowly getting taken apart up in this corner. It's gotten sandwiched in between that and Vika, although it has now escaped. Well, Barbecue is now also down a wheel as well. Sit and spinners don't really mind losing wheels, but a significant amount of its armor has come off, and Barbecue's just twirling around the arena too. Oh, but with the wheel guards gone, Barbecue has lost its other remaining wheel to the grinder. So if Vika leaves it alone, which it appears to be doing, this is going to be a TKO victory for the Pinwheel Galaxy. Wheels for the Wheel Goddess, as that is a 76-second TKO. Very, very expert strategy from Vika and the Pulsars there, corralling the sit and spinner and the grinder, de-weaponing it, and eventually getting its wheels off. Impressive work. Hey, Barbecue going on its own terms as Cap. Yeah, a lot of robots really like to suicide into the grinders. Turns out Barbecue's one of them. And it is now time for some multi-bot chaos, my friends. Third of the stream, sorry. Did not mean to forget the sharks. Orlando can still technically win the match, but they need back-to-back KOs, says Logan. Yeah, if this was Season 1, Orlando would not have any problems getting KOs at the end of the match, but their new lineup has been a little bit different. So, Orlando is opening up the heavyweights with Hot Mess. It is a kind of a full-body drum spinner. 2 sets of drums rotate around the chassis of the robot, while its wheels and its burst wedges stick out and underneath it. Very unconventional robot, but it can do a lot of damage with those full-body drums, and is very chaotic with its wheels out as far as it is. The Pulsars have Leslie and Gale for the multibot. Leslie is an overhead tri-bar spinner that is very murderous, including against its sibling. Absolute asshole and unhinged. And Gale is a triple front hinge flipper with spikes. Gale can be a pretty effective wedge and put on a ton of damage for its size, but Leslie likes to get in the way and try to steal the glory. Yes, as Tara put it, gotta cheer for the murder lesbian, yes. Hoping for Leslie to tear into the wheels. Hot Mess has some juicy extenders for the siblings. Yes, we've seen quite a few robots just go at the underside of Hot Mess and take off all the wheels and juicy bits down there. As Mr. Circus says, I believe it's really going to depend on who Hot Mess goes after first, especially because Hot Mess tends to fall over on the opening impact, so that could decide what happens here. Orlando needs a knockout here to really stay in the match. And it needs to knock out both of the multibots to get the full 3 points. It begins to go after Gale and did a ton of damage falling over the front hinge flipper, but Leslie came in and took off some weaponry off of it. Although, Hot Mess is kind of using a top rip strategy to just roll over the top of Gale. Already gotten control board shots on the front hinge flipper, and has already knocked it out. Very interesting strategy from Orlando here. Leslie kind of self-righted Hot Mess, although it's now fallen over again, but the murder lesbian is down all of its weaponry now, and Hot Mess has gotten back up and removed the tri-bar. Okay, then. Problem here, though, is those burst wedges on Hot Mess have spikes in the middle to prevent robots from sliding underneath it. Doesn't look like Hot Mess has the reach to take on a mini-bot like this. We might be here for a little while, folks. Ooh, Leslie's trying to get in at the juicy bits of Hot Mess, but it appears to have forgotten it does not have any damaging components. Hot Mess is exuding its power and shoving the murder lesbian against the wall. It's getting a couple of hits here and there, maybe some grinding damage from those iron spikes. Ooh, Hot Mess almost fell over Gale there. Gale is clipping into the floor and is smoldering heavily. Ooh, but now Hot Mess got a couple of hits on Leslie. A control board shot and a very cinematic flip. Leslie is begging with those eyes to not die here, but I don't believe Orlando is going to be very kind. Leslie backed up into the corner, briefly had a wheel to the grinder. Another control board shot. It's only got one left. I'm just trying to navigate around the pancake known as Gale. Leslie doing its best to survive. Ooh, almost got pushed to the grinder that time. Another count has to be broken, and Leslie is trying to get out of the corner. It does indeed. Hot Mess is noticeably down on battery power. Those drums are spinning significantly slower now. While it only requires one more hit to knock out the murder lesbian, it's going to take a bit of an effort here. Another count broken, but they meet up evenly again. And even with Hot Mess getting under Leslie, it's not really able to do a whole lot here. 15 seconds. Gonna be huge if Leslie gets to the decision. Limit Orlando to only 1 point, possibly. And it looks like that is what's going to happen. Leslie has made it to the judges. Notably with that, the Pulsars can no longer lose. Hot Mess was very, very close to getting a knockout into 3 points, but it wasn't able to in the end. That is unfortunate. shame. Hot Mess deserved at least 2 points, says Liam. Yeah, but like, with how it toxically top-ripped Gale like that, some people would have been a little salty over how it won that. At least that's what I think. Fucking I hate how this stuff gets selected. But it's super heavyweight time. Gale was sacrificed so Leslie could survive, says Tara. Yes, indeed. This time Leslie was the one who survived in comparison to the two. Local lesbian refuses to die. More at 10. Nightly news. Alright, so super heavyweight time to close out this match. The Orlando Commandos have King Drillosaurus. Triple kind of horizontal spinning drills on the robot. Some ram plates and burst wedges in the front with very exposed drive motors. It's mostly about pushing stuff around in order to get under robots and have them sit on top of the drills, but also push decisions. The Pulsars have 787B, a Lamar-style rear hinge flipper with, I never remember how many rear hinge flippers spikes it has, but they're like 5 or 6. Very damaging, has 4 ring outs to its name, is one of the best super heavyweights, despite the lack of damage compared to other robots. And it looks absolutely fantastic. Logan confident that 787B will retake the ring out lead. Is very possible. And technically, they're only tied, so it didn't lose it. KJ is nervous about this fight. It's very possible. King Drillosaurus has been surprisingly good at using its ground game against robots you would expect it to lose to. It also has a tendency, when the robots meet, they tend to bridge upwards like this. And if King Drillosaurus comes back down first, it's going to be able to get those drills into play on the underside of 787B. And we all know what happens when Lamar cars have stuff hit the underside of them. They usually fall apart. Tara thinking King Drillosaurus is going to top rip by falling over. It's very possible. It's done it quite a few times. Well, let's see which of these two takes victory. Will it be Lamar or will it be the T-Rex with drills for hands? Opening collision has favored 787B. It slid underneath King Drillosaurus and put it up and over the wall for an 8-second ring out. It has taken the ring out lead, my friends. Quick and decisive victory. Yes, Logan, what did you say? You were very correct, my friend. I just want to double check who exactly is competing with 787B here. Yeah, so that does indeed put 787B as the ring-out leader with 5. That also ties the single season record with Spearmint from last season. Fantastic stuff. Alright, so that is at least, what is that, 8 points? 7 points for the Pulsars, and potentially 1 up in the air for whoever gets it, so big win for the Pulsars, and not for the Commandos, who are trying to get in the playoff picture. Not looking like we're going to get a repeat winner here, folks. But it is now time to move on to match number 6. And of course, as soon as I utter those words, the game has decided to crash once again in the menus. Fantastic timing as always. Havoc's physics engine. So, thank you once again, Patreon stream sponsors, for sponsoring our streams and our crash page and sponsoring our mysterious liquids that definitely don't caffeinate us at all. Your support knows no bounds and goes towards very meaningful things. I trust that. You guys are making these streams possible, and we cannot thank you enough, honestly. Get to build robots, get to have mysterious beverages. Fun times all around. And you get to meet Mite at RoboNerd. I know a couple of you guys met him there. Very intrigued to see what kind of goodies and stories he has to tell from that. Anyway, we have the Meme Team entering match 6, and they'll be taking on the Levantine Alliance out of Palestine. Ah yes, Tomaverse has learned that Psycho does not do alcohol. No, he does not. It's almost as if we had a toxic family member who's an alcoholic or something. Tara has just noticed Sylveon is missing from the shelf. Yes, I've stolen Sylveon to bring in one of Mike's foxes over here. Well, she's hanging out. I believe it was Owain Ratcliffe who got Mike a fox and shipped it over to him, so... Well, she's hanging out watching some robot action with us. Hello, Hex. It is time for your match. You'll be facing Demagnetized Internet from the meme team. It is a rammer with 4 ice pick weapons on the front. It can be sneakily good at times, mostly for de-weaponing robots, but it is not invertible, which is a bit bad for a rammer. It'll be taking on VSSV from Levantine. It is a vertical spinner that is angled very slightly, not enough to classify as a horizontal. One of the highest DPS for middleweights and very destructive as well. One of the most efficient robots, I would say. All about just winning as quickly as possible. Yes, Tamara says VSSV because spinner. Very silly, stupid versus Tara. I call it a very sucky spinning vert, but VSSV does not suck as much as you think it does. That seems to be what everyone's going for, so... Does Jim Dramatic's team have a chance in this fight? Let's find out. Ooh, DMAG comes in very quickly. It meets up rather evenly with those extender stabilizers. It's actually broken one of them off of VSSV now. It's going to be very unstable now. Although that vert is definitely getting into the chassis of the demagnetized internet. One of the ice picks fell off, and Demagnetized Internet flipped onto its back just from its own drive power. You dumbass. This is giving VSSV its time to come over there. It's very kindly self-righted the non-invertible rammer and taken off more ice picks and inverted it on its own. Okay. Demagnetized Internet took control board shots, but VSSV stuck on its side. Is this going to be another double TKO? Are you fucking kidding me? VSSV can't really move right now. There's a count, I believe, on both of them right now. Holy shit, this is a repeat of the Stone Imp fight from last week. A 63-second double TKO in the same fucking fashion. Oh my fucking god. Okay. Well, as... what we do with double TKOs here is we will take it to the judges to decide who won it, because both of them were TKO'd and not going to be able to break TKO counts there, as Demagnetized Internet was stuck and VSSV could not move very well with its wheel like that. Well, shit. That's one way to limit points. Yes, this goes to a judge decision, Hex. So... Alright then, that is not how I expected this fight to open up. But there's still 2 points up for grab, or just 1. It's only going to be 1 because it is a decision, my friend. So that is a very unfortunate way to lose points. I am so sorry. But we had an identical situation happen last week, so... It's all good though, we have the middleweights to potentially counteract that for you. As we know, the meme team are last place in Division 2, are already mathematically eliminated from the playoffs. Levantine is 3rd in Division 2. Actually, that lightweight fight's going to be big because they need big weeks here. Tennessee and Syndicate got, I believe, at least 8 points, and the Pelagic Wanderers got a perfect score. So, that's going to be big in the playoff race. Alright folks, so the meme team comes in with On Your Own for its middleweight. Undercutting horizontal spinner, very large wheels, some ramp plates in the front. But it's been knocked out more than any other robot in the entire league so far. It has been winless as well, very noteworthy. It'll be taking on Rosewater from the Levantine Alliance. A very bizarre weapon combination. 2 pure rear hinge flipping panels and a piston poking iron spike out of the middle. It's been very efficient with knocking out robots, using the flippers to unsettle the opponent and using the piston poker to go in at the weak points. Although it does have very exposed wheels and chassis. Noteworthy here is that Next week, On Your Own will be taking on Stanley, another winless robot. So if Rosewater wins here, we may have a reverse, kind of a reverse matchup from like we had last season for Week 14. Week 14 last week, we had 2 undefeated robots on it. Now we might have 2 winless robots. Psycho said he was On Your Own at RoboNerd, says Tara. That does not surprise me. You're On Your Own being named after Jeroen Lieverloo of the Petunia team in BattleBots, and the Reality team, and the Toughest Nails team, and he's been on a lot of IRL robot teams. And he has an underperforming undercutter named after him now. A lot of people going for Rosewater. Some people seeing if On Your Own stays winless. We'll find out. It is Week 13. Some bizarre shit might happen. Ooh, Rosewater was not able to get under the undercutter of On Your Own at first, although it's gotten to the backside and is poking away with that Iron Spike, propping Lieverloo up against the wall. That undercutter is definitely doing some damage to Rosewater. You can see the deformation of its wedge, and now that it's stuck upside down, that undercutter is spinning at full speed, potentially doing more damage. But Rosewater's doing a fantastic job of keeping the spinner unbalanced and up in the air. I don't see a whole lot of damage being done from the piston poker as of yet, but On Your Own is definitely flipping around right now. Ooh, got a big hit from the overhead undercutter this time. There definitely seems to be... There's actually some deformation of On Your Own right now. I agree, Tard is putting up a good fight right now. Oh yeah, that top side of On Your Own is definitely taking some damage now. But that front and left side corner of Rosewater is taking a lot of itself. Ooh, but the undercutter has come off of On Your Own now. Even though it's using these ramp plates to push underneath the flippers of Rosewater, it is now down its weapon. Both robots having trouble with the floor a little bit. Big Wheel is not helping it as much. Rosewater trying to get through that front defense on Your Own, but having a hard time. Ooh, now that Rosewater's got On Your Own kind of pinned to the wall, is really going to town with that piston poker. On Your Own's got to be close to getting control board shots sooner rather than later. Ooh, but On Your Own is caught on the ramp plates on the front and cannot move. There's a count on it right now. And it looks as though On Your Own is going to lose parked on its face. 128 seconds. Rosewater channeled its inner smashy here, getting a robot caught on its face. And that'll be a 2-point TKO victory for the Levantine Alliance. Not that many points On Your Own. You don't get that many, partner. Hold on. Yes, it did the Chemical X. Robots do that a lot. And with that, we have a feature match set up for next week. On Your Own and Stanley will do battle to gain points, which is probably why it's going to go to a judge decision and torment us all. Anyway, heavyweight time. That was probably the best performance I've seen from On Your Own, says KJ. Yes and no. On Your Own had a fight that got restarted against Yeetus, where it was actually probably going to win if it went to the distance, but the game just crashed mid-fight and had to get restarted. So, for all of the official takes we've had, that was On Your Own's best fight, I will agree. Alright, weird heavyweight time. So, the meme team have a multibot here, 4-pound 90. 4-pound is a vertical spinner, 90 is a dual fireman side axe. Both of these two have been kind of poor this season. A lot of exposed chassis, not a whole lot of drive power. Oh god. The Levantine Alliance has Almudamir for its heavyweight, a quad overhead spinner, very similar to Brutality. The Perfect Phoenix, who we saw in BattleBots Champions this past week, Similar to Hazard, similar to a lot of robots. As I mentioned at the beginning of the stream, it has been in the arena longer than any other robot in the league. I think it's been for just over 26 minutes total, which averages out to more than 2 minutes per fight. Really likes going the distance. £4.90, but ironically sucks, as that is what my 1.5% pay increase will be if Royal Mail gets its ways as Temebrous. You deserve like a 10% raise, my friend. Royal Mail sucks. Post office jobs are just, ugh. Oh, welcome back, Crimson. You've popped in just in time for a heavyweight match. Chat seems surprisingly split between these two. Ludimir fared fairly well against some other multibots this season, so we'll see. 21 minutes of pure microwave, says Hex. It's possible. Let's see which of these two comes out on top. Ludimir going after the side axe of 90, while 4-Pound is getting into the side of it. 90 has kind of stopped the weapon of Ludimir, and that has allowed actually both of them to go into the chassis and weaponry of the DSL Legend. 90's right side axe has come off, but these three are kind of stalemate-ish. 4-Pound is going to town on that right side of Ludimir. Ludimir does not have very fast drive, unfortunately, so not do a ton here. Huh. We're somehow in a triple microwave. I do not recommend microwaving £4 and 90 pence worth of change. Although 90 is getting a little bit of damage with that side axe. There's smoke pouring out of those right side drive motors of Ludimir now. Ludimir did break the TKO count, but the multibots are going back to town on it now. Ludimir's still trying to focus on 90, who's done the most damage to, but 4-Pound is still trying to get that damage in here. Rational saying group hug. I steal the group hug from you. I like hugs. Let's see if we can get to 29 minutes this Hex. Ooh, Ludimir's on control board hits, though. All that grindy damage has come into play, and 90 comes in with the kill shot. 91 seconds. And the meme team have a win. Would you look at that, folks? I would not have expected that, actually. I was kind of expecting Ludimir's damage to rack up a little bit more than that, but the twins did a good job of halting its weapon and doing damage up close. So currently, judge's decision impending. That is a 3-2 match lead for the meme team over Levantine. Well, okay then. Not looking great for Levantine getting back in the standings. Although I don't think they really have to worry about losing here. Hex thinking of spinning just 2 spinning bars instead of 4 for next season. Honestly, part of the problem with Ludimir, I believe its spinner's on a switch rather than a button, so it spins a little bit slower. And it's just that its drive power is low, so like if it had faster drive, it might be a little bit more potent, but I don't know. Anyway, time for the super heavies, and we have Monk Eat Banan for the meme team. It is a quad rear hinge flipper with spike strips. 4-wheel drive with lots of wheel guards and stuff going around it. A very clean looking robot, minus the monkey on top of it. It's taking on Androctonus from Levantine Alliance. Dual side axes with many spikes and a scorpion tail coming overhead. Burst wedge in the front with some spikes on it. It is very damaging. It's killed just about everything this season. One could legit flip Androctonus over here. Yeah, I am a little worried about that. Although I think in the event the scorpion tail comes off of Androctonus, it will be invertible, but no here. The main thing is Androctonus' front wedge setup is burst mounted, so it has a pretty good ground game. And Monkey Banana does not have very good drive power, so I think these two are pretty even if they get into a wedge stalemate. Oh shit, Tara, I didn't know you were at Robo Nerd. You got to see the real life Monk Eat Banana. That's cool. I don't think I've actually seen that yet. I'll have to check out Jim Dramatic stuff sometime. Hello, Robert Bull. You've made it. We are at the conclusion of match number 6, my friend. You've missed some interesting bullshit. Most people going for Androctonus, somewhat unsurprisingly. Let's see if Levantine can get the match win. They're technically down a point right now. They could really use it. Ooh, Monk Ipanan was briefly underneath Androctonus, but Monk mistimed its flips and is getting its front caved in by that scorpion tail. Androctonus is trying to go to work through its side support with those side axes as well. Already control board hits on the monkey, and it is dead in 21 seconds. It is confirmed, folks. If a monkey and a scorpion ever fight, the scorpion will definitely win. Monk did quite a lot of damage to its credit, but not where it counted, unfortunately. So that will be a match win for the Levantine Alliance. They have at least 5 points. The meme team have at least 3, and there's an impending decision somewhere in there. So Levantine avoided being beaten up, luckily. Interesting bullshit is better than boring bullshit. I agree, Robert. We've had a little bit of boring stuff, but it's still been pretty solid so far. Alright, it is time to go to match number 7, my friends. We shall be visiting the Red Dead Redemption world as the West Elizabeth Warbears have entered the arena. And they will be taking on Nashville's Heavy Metal Robotics. Very interesting that like all of the matchups we're getting are teams that are right next to each other in the list order. That's fun. All goes well, 7-3 wins. 6-3 hacks because it's only 1 point for the decision. So, well, I guess 7 after the bonus point. My apologies. You were technically correct, but Liam pointing out the more points Heavy Metal Robotics scores, the harder it will be for the Rebels. Yes. Heavy Metal's off a big shutout from last week, I believe, so can release the points themselves. So, kicking off the lightweights, we have Ursa Minor for the Warbears. Asymmetric horizontal spinner has a spike tooth on one side and a sledgehammer counterweight on the other. Can be pretty potent when it's at speed, but robots are really good at stopping its weapon and getting to its chassis sometimes. It'll be taking on Voidwalker from Heavy Metal Robotics, a tri-bar spinner with iron spikes as teeth on either side. One of the most destructive lightweights, just by knockouts, really. Like, it's only ever won by knockouts. I believe it is currently 9-3. Yeah, currently 9-3 with 9 knockouts. It's not that high for DPS or damage totals, but it is still pretty destructive. It will almost always win or lose by knockout, so expect something to die here, hopefully. Everybody going for Voidwalker here. And we shall see. As always, as the owner of Heavy Metal, I am cautiously optimistic, but I am, as always, repping my team. Let's see if chat's correct here or not. If either of these two loses their T, they can get very unbalanced. Big opening impact, and Ursa Minor immediately lost its spike to Voidwalker spinner, so now it is just a flailing counterweight being beaten up by Singularity Metal. Voidwalker staying up to speed and getting some big hits on the Constellation. Control board hits and a knockout in 29 seconds. As I said, Voidwalker fights usually end in a KO regardless of how it goes. A very quick 3 points to Heavy Metal Robotics. They're really trying to catch the other teams in Division 2, and they're pretty far behind them right now. We quickly go to middleweights. Ooh, this will be weird. So quick double check of the standings right now. Heavy Metal was 4th in Division 2. They were 6 points behind Levantine, who just got 7 total. So they're potentially catching up to them, but first and second in that division are pretty far ahead now. The Warbears were 6 points behind the Supernovas and 3 ahead of Orlando, so they're not going to get overtaken by them. But they will need a big points day as Halifax got 8 points. And actually, I think they need 3 consecutive knockouts to have a chance with that. So, Warbears starting to look like the 4th seed in that division. Alright, middleweight time. The Warbears have Grismo for their middleweight. 4-wheel drive, high-powered rammer with iron spikes and bear claws on either side. It hits like a truck when it hits stuff, when it lines it up. Sometimes it kind of doesn't. It'll be taking on Immortal Corruptor from Heavy Metal, themed after a Gwar song. Giant fuck-off vertical spinning disc, looks similarly to Drizzle from the Antweight or Beetleweight scene, I don't remember. Has some stabilizers in the front and back, but can fall over pretty easily. Tara saying it's basically Claw Viper versus Deep Six. Yeah, it kind of is, actually. Man, I really like Claw Viper. It's such a fun robot to watch. Super fast, pretty well driven for how fast it is, too. Drizzle's is a Beetle. Okay, I couldn't remember if it was that or an Antweight. A lot of people going for Grismo. Zester thinks Immortal Corruptor will snipe the T-connector holding on Grismo's weaponry. Very possible. We shall see here. A lot of people going for the Grizzly Bear of War. We shall see what happens here. Opening charge from Grismo. A little bit more patient, but it did flip over and got hit a couple of times by Immortal Corruptor, who's going to the side of the rammer. Although it was briefly able to get away. Jamming up the spinner on Immortal Corruptor, bouncing over the top of it. That was bizarre. Big hit again, but the Corruptor stays upright. A couple more hits on the underside. Very action-packed so far. Grismo's definitely gotten a couple hits on Immortal Corruptor's chassis, but the Corruptor is remaining steadfast. Getting to the back and the sides and underside of the rammer. Ooh. Big push by Grismo to stop the blade. Part of its bear claws have come off now from the side. That vertical spinner is doing work. A couple more big hits. A tooth has come off of Immortal Corruptor. It's going to be very unbalanced now. Grismo is flying around the arena like an unhinged maniac. Try and line up some more charges, but... Ooh. A couple more hits to the wheel there on Grismo. Immortal Corruptor trying to keep Grismo over to a wall, maybe, but... Both of these two more or less dueling weapons when they get the chance. Ooh, a couple more hits on the wheels there. Another tooth has come off of Immortal Corruptor. It's very unbalanced now. Another hit on Grismo's chassis. Almost got Immortal Corruptor over that time. Backs up for another ram, but it lost a wheel in the process, and Immortal Corruptor is staying on top of it. Ooh, another hit is inverted Warbear, or Grismo now, sorry. One of the Warbears. More spikes and control board hits on Grismo now. Immortal Corruptor's damage is just about piling up now. Well, the Grismo's to the side and shoving the vert around. Another tooth has come off of Immortal Corruptor. It's now an asymmetric spinner. Another control board hit, and all of the weaponry's come off of Grismo now. It is just a high-powered box. Can it survive this long? It might be able to. They can just stay away from the weapon, but it doesn't. That's going to be a knockout for Immortal Corruptor. 49 seconds is 131 seconds total. That was a very impressive showing from both of them, I will not lie. Very similar damage totals as well. And that is going on the Fight of the Week candidate list for sure, my friends. I enjoyed that. Immortal Corruptor does have a Fight of the Week win to its name against Breach, and Grismo, who's kind of a rebranding of Gizmo from the first season, does have one from the first season. So, fantastic fight that was. Now we move to the heavyweights. Heavy Metal now is 6 points, so they cannot lose this match. But the Warbears could definitely get back into this because they're known for getting knockouts. And they have a decent type matchup here. Alrighty, folks. We are kicking off the heavyweights with Warbear, the namesake of West Elizabeth Warbears. Dual side axe robot. One side's kind of a bear claw with the spikes behind it. The other side's a giant sledgehammer. Some spike wedges in the front that are static just to play a bit of a wedge game. But very exposed chassis nonetheless. It'll be taking on Vacuity from Heavy Metal Robotics, named after a Gojira song. Overhead Warpick style axe in the middle with large armored pontoons and wheels on either side. Vacuity has a propensity to take fights to the judges, but this season that improved axe has been deadly. It's gotten some surprising wins when it gets stuff caught in those pontoons. This could be a very destructive fight, my friends. A lot of people going with Warbear. Teme citing weapon reach. That's very possible, especially if they stalemate with their wedges. Tara wants Gojira to win. I always want Gojira to win, too. I need to find a Gojira live show sometime. I heard they're legendary. Although they probably wouldn't be playing my favorite songs from them. Actually, my favorite song is from Gojira. Chat seems somewhat split here. A little bit more towards Warbear, though, so... Let's see if the Warbears can get some points. They need it. If they want to have some good showing ending the season here. Ooh, both of them kind of meet up. The Cutie's axes are more so hitting the spike wedge, although it is getting a little bit of chassis on Warbear. Part of it, actually, Vacuity's axe has completely come off now. So now Vacuity is just a rammer at this point, but it is starting to break off the side axes on Warbear using those defensive spikes it has on either side. I was expecting an offensive showcase here, and instead, both robots are kind of using their defenses against each other. The pointy tip spikes on the front of Vacuity's wedges have come off, which are used for doing a little bit of damage when it's stalemating, so... Ooh. And interesting that the pontoons on Vacuity are kind of stalling Warbears here. Tara asking what my favorite Gojira song is at Vacuity. It's not Vacuity, although I do really like that song. It's actually Flying Whales. That song is legendary in every possible word. Warbear appears to be doing some damage to the side of Vacuity. It's gotten through a bit of the right side pontoon, but Vacuity is playing wedge. Ooh, but this time Vacuity slid straight up Warbear's wedge. That was interesting. Warbear's trying to do everything it can, but Vacuity is not letting it do a whole lot. Warbear only has one spike remaining on that left side axe, and those tiny pull spikes on the right side can't really do anything. Flying Whale would be a great robot, says Tara. Making a multi-bot and make them Flying Whales, that'd be fun. Ooh, Vacuity nearly drove itself into the grinder there. It's trying to get those right side defensive spikes into play, but it's taking control board shots, and Warbear was able to sneak over the defensive features and get a knockout in 113 seconds. Warbear's weaponry just barely held up long enough to get there. Look at the damage total it put up to do it, too. A very gutsy win from Warbear here. Warbear has kind of been the mammoth of this season. Really gutsy wins trying to get in there. But with that knockout, the Warbears still have a chance to tie this match. That could be very noteworthy, especially what's coming up here in the Super Heavies. Oh boy. Alright folks, so it is time for a Season 1 rematch. We have Smash and Mix Smash Face 2, the sequel for the Warbears, 5 overhead swinging arms, 2 Warpick style, 3 sledgehammers, some wedging and wheel guards on the side, much deadlier than the Season 1 Smashy. Taking on Aqua Dementia for heavy metal themed after a Mastodon song, 6 side hinge spike strip flippers all go to the right side, some armor on the sides and everything, but very exposed top, and only has a chassis wedge. What does chat think's gonna happen here, eh? Because as we know, Aqua Dementia is very feast or famine. If it gets under something, it kills it, but if they get under it, it dies. This could be a repeat of the final fight in the finals last season, when Aqua Dementia took on Aberrin. Smashy's probably been the closest thing we have to Aberrin this season, but I don't know. A lot of people going for Smashy, a couple for Aqua Dementia. Aqua Dementia has the drive power advantage, but will it have the wedge advantage? We shall see. Can Smashy come up clutch and tie this match? How will they exchange on the first collision? Aqua Dementia goes right up the wedge of Smashy and is getting absolutely caved in right now. Absolutely massive hits. Front cliff on Aqua Dementia and an 11-second knockout for Smashy. It has avenged its loss from the first season because it is significantly better this season. Fantastic. And just like that, we have a 6-6 tied match, my friends. That's going to be important because Heavy Metal needs the points to potentially get their better seeding, and they're not going to get it if they keep losing like this. So. Logan has put out the new Haters Guide in the Discord server. I will check that out after the break. Regardless, I do like what you've been putting out for those. Alright, we are at the final match of the first half of the stream. We will have Detroit's Robot Rebels and the Jubilife City Jigglypuffs out of the Sinnoh region of Pokemon. Heavy Metal not doing well before the playoffs. Shocking, right? It's almost as if they should have learned how to build a wedge. Alright, so the Rebels have Overclock as their lightweight piston poker with 5 iron spikes on it. Lots of exposed sides and chassis, not much of a ground game, but it is invertible, and has quite a bit of reach as well. They're taking on Y2K from Jubilife. Front hinge flipper with a Bushido sword, has a burst wedge in the front and pretty good drive power. Has a propensity to take fights really long, like it's I believe 9-2 at the moment. Y2K is 10-2, but it's only scored 17 points total. Lots of TKO and judge decisions in here. So Overclock definitely has the weapon advantage here, but will it be able to withstand a wedge? Rebels need a lot of points here to stay alive. Or maybe at this point they're just delaying the inevitable, I don't know. Blech. A lot of people going for Overclock right now. Let's see if the Rebels have a chance for facing the #1 team in the league. Ooh, Overclock's actually kind of using its weapon to stalemate against Y2K, although it has now been inverted by the front hinge, and this isn't the website for this partner. Well, they have kind of gotten away from it now. Huh. This is one way this fight could have gone, I guess. Y2K knows if it backs off, it's going to open up hits from Overclock, who's going at the right side wheel for sure. Overclock has now gotten down and is firing away, trying to take that Bushido sword off. It got the burst wedge off of Y2K right now. And it's done quite a bit of damage to that front chassis wedge. Got at least one shot on the side of Y2K there. And now they have locked into a bit of a microwave. Fantastic. Ah, Cora's dog has snuck into the room. Give it many pets for me, please. Pet the dog. Well, we appear to have another microwave, so I gotta come up with a question for chat. For those of you that play Pokemon, what is your favorite Pokemon overall? I'm curious. I know not everybody is well versed into it, but I just want to know. My favorite is Gengar for sure. Pretty cool lad. Big fan of like Garchomp and Lucario and stuff like that. Ooh, they were kind enough to break the stalemate this time. Overclock was able to get the front hinge sword off of Y2K and is going to town on its front wedge. So now Y2K is playing wedge and shoving it around. And got Overclock into the grinder and is doing a ton of damage to it now. Overclock's taking a ton of damage from that grinder. It's going to be close to control board shots at this point. I'll get to your Pokemon comments in a second, my friends. There's a lot of action right now. They've both kind of gotten away from it, but Y2K is feeding Overclock back to the grinder and has removed a wheel from the piston poker. Y2K playing a really good job of using that front wedge. And Overclock has a hard time moving when it's inverted as well. And there appears to be a Lipo Fire, although I think it's actually in Y2K rather than Overclock. Now they both have Lipo Fires going off, okay. It's going to be dangerous cleaning this fight up. Y2K is slowly moving Overclock over to another grinder zone and into the grinder. It's only got 10 seconds left for a knockout. Is it able to get it with the grinder here? Both robots are pouring smoke, filling up our arena. But that is going to be a judge's decision. Not a fan of having so many of these already. Not you, you didn't fucking win. That's also going to be a very close decision, I think, because they both were doing pretty good. Alright, let me get to your Pokemon comments in a second. Gyarados and Houndoom, love those. Dragonair, Shuckle, ah, you are one of Culture LOC. Lairon I really like as well. Situai, Avalog for sure, underrated Pokemon. I can't get behind liking a coffee table for a Pokemon. That's just me. Pikachu, love that of course. Most of the evolutions, slack off. Ah, I see you like slacking around too, Robert. Kyogre's cool, love Kyogre. Mimikyu, Chandelure. Ooh, I love Chandelure so much. I want a plushie of that one. Groudon's pretty cool. Gen 3 Legends, a lot of the Gen 3 Legends are really good. I agree with you, Me57. I'm a big fan of a lot of the Sinnoh Pokemon because that was my jam. Alright, so middleweight time. The Robot Rebels have Woodrow Kilson for their middleweight. It is a literal hammer saw, 2 saw blades on an articulating arm coming down, front and rear stabilizers on it. It is named after Jevon Woodrow of the World of Woodrow YouTube channel because he hates the term hammer saw, so there's one named after him. And not only is there one named after him, but Voya/Liam, who's in the chat here, made a model of Woodrow Kilson and gave it to Jevon at RoboNerd yesterday. I hope he melted down when he saw it. It would be hilarious. The Jigglypuffs have Polybius for their middleweight. It is a rammer, 2-wheel drive, but it has kind of these burst-mounted, almost ramp-style wedges in the front, and a row of spikes on the front where it just shoves robots on top of there and just pushes them around the arena, does some grinding damage over time. Tara, I think this could be a short fight. Yeah, Woodrow is not invertible. Could have some issues here. Generally, everybody's going for Polybius. Oh, Jevon actually liked how much the model was. That's pretty cool. It was a pretty good model you put together, boy. I really liked it. Because I gave you some relatively vague photos, at least in my opinion. And you slapped that thing together really quickly. So, thank you. Very cool. I like having IRL, RRL stuff. Alright, everybody thinks Jubilife has this, so let's see what happens. Does Jevon have a chance? Ooh, they stalemated, and Jevon was able to invert Polybius briefly and has slid underneath the burst wedges and got a couple of hits on the rammer. Even though it's now getting shoved kind of to the side. That is not how I expected this to go. Now Jevin has gotten to the side and got a big hit on Polybius again. Another big hit on the spike assembly this time. So Polybius is using those spikes to break off the saws, and they have now come off. Woodrow did quite a bit of damage, but those articulating arms are completely gone out at this point. Polybius is unable to do an effective ground game here. Although now it's kind of gotten under Woodrow. And has shoved it up against the wall and is just holding it here. This is actually going to do a ton of grinding damage to the underside of Woodrow because it's sitting right on top of those spikes and they're moving very slightly as they are burst mounted. Although there is a TKO count on Woodrow right now, and this is going to be a pin and a restart. Well then. Take 2. As always, we limit all the restart takes to 5, and if they go over that, we will take it off stream. Jevin with another good hit on Polybius, a couple more on the axe assembly, but Woodrow is now propped up and on top of those spikes once more. Polybius just kind of holding it there. Backs off this time to break the pin very kindly. Woodrow has done so, and met up again, got another big hit on Polybius. One of the rear the rear stabilizers actually slid under the grinder and kind of helped Woodrow out there. One of the saws has come off. Woodrow's also partially parked on the grinder now. Can't really tell if the grinder or Polybius is doing more damage. It looks like it was mostly Polybius. Woodrow's still trying to get that hammer saw into play, but that motor is taking so much damage that it just can't retract as well now. Polybius just kind of holding him right now. Control board hits now on Polybius, or on Woodrow from Polybius, sorry. And another one pushing Woodrow into the grinder, and there is now a knockout in 80 seconds. Polybius got there eventually. It took a while, but Jubilife was able to get the 3 points. Yes, I did see them pop, and I immediately fucking hit them, so... Rookie, are you still in chat, my friend? I might need your assistance. Alright, heavyweight time. Robot Rebels have Jaws of Death in the heavyweights. Dual side-axe robot similar to Warbear, but it has a burst-mounted wedge, a ram plate, and is invertible. Has some spikes at the back as well. It's actually third in damage points in the heavyweights. Very surprising coming from Jaws of all robots. We'll be taking on I Love You from Jubilife. Dual vertical spinner, very similar to Immortal Corruptor in terms of size, but it's dual and has these very long pontoon-style armored wedges going out the front. I love you too, chat. Y'all are fucking great. There you go. Very bad heart. Y'all make sitting here for 5 hours a lot more fun. Oh, I love you to love Jaws of Death a little too much. I don't know if it's possible to love a Jaw of Death. Or Jaws, because I guess there's technically two. A lot of people going for the big vertical spinner. Jubilife is up in the match. Can they get some more points? They get a lot from I Love You. Ooh, Jaws got some hits on the armored pontoons, but I Love You is slid underneath and inverted it immediately. Jaws is kind of stuck firing at the ground right now. Perched up in the air almost, though it's kind of caught on the wall. Briefly caught on the grinder. Ooh, some big hits on the side there from Jaws. Trying to do the Warbear strategy of going to the side of I Love You, but I Love You has gotten control board hits and knocked out Jaws of Death in 24 seconds. Nothing but sheer death right there. Interesting that Jubilife already has 2 knockouts. Despite being one of the best team in the league points-wise, they really don't get a lot of knockouts now. Now they've suddenly gotten 2. And also with that win, the Rebels have been eliminated from the playoffs. That is unfortunate. Probably would have helped if they didn't take 8 consecutive losses to start the season. Alright, so Super Heavyweights to close out this match. The Rebels have the 6-wheel drive rammer Heart Attack. Unlike most rammers, which mostly do weapon power, Heart Attack's more about using that wedge and the spikes pointed upwards to push robots around up into the grinder and do damage over time. It'll be taking on Hello World from Jubilife. It's a horizontal spinner, but it's known colloquially in the RA2 community as a juggler. Burst wedges going out the front that slides the robot up on top of the grinding disc, and it just grinds away over time while holding him in place. It's been one of the best Super Heavyweights this season, that's for sure. Tara's predicting Heart Attack's going to ramp over Hello World and hit the backside of it and flip it over. That would be pretty funny. Hello World is not invertible. I think it'd be incredibly funny if Heart Attack out-wedged Hello World. At some point, it'd be great. Most of the chat's pretty much going for Hello World, or just going for Heart Attack just for fun. It's fair. Heart Attack hasn't had a great time this season, but we'll see if it has anything for the #1 team in the league. Big opening charge, and Heart Attack was briefly on top of Hello World, though it used its drive power to briefly get away. Hello World using those grinders to grind away and get a wheel off of Heart Attack already. 2 wheels, all the middle wheels of all things. That's very interesting. Kind of pinning Heart Attack up against the wall and letting the grinders do their work. The rear wheel has now come off a Heart Attack who's on the grinder and getting heavily damaged from Hello World's grinders. There was briefly a TKO count, but Heart Attack is perched up on the grinder and it is not going to be able to move off of there. That is going to be a TKO victory for Hello World. 42 seconds. So that is 8 points at least to Jubilife, with an impending decision on there which could go either way. We shall see. Potential shutout, but Jubilife doing their thing of just dominating the league. That is mighty unfortunate. Alright, so that is the last of our fights in the first half of the stream, which means it is time to take our midstream break. So we'll have a quick 10-minute break, go to the bathroom, get some snacks, get some drinks, whatever you need to do. I'm definitely going to get some drinks and rest my voice a little bit. We'll be kicking off the second half with Moscow Mantines taking on the Powerhouse Robotics. We'll have an RA2C Civil War right after that, and then our feature match will follow right after that. So don't go anywhere, chat. Or do, just come back in 10 minutes. we back, baby. Time for some Division 3 and 4 action. How are y'all doing? See, we're going to need more moderators here. Ah, good thing Dolphin is here. Okay, cool. If you wouldn't mind, Aaron, making sure those bots are not being annoying, because I can only see them like when I'm not doing stream stuff. So yes, I see you guys have seen Snick. It's my co-host for the second half. Gonna be hanging out. Alright, so we're gonna get right into our Division 3 and 4 action. But of course, a shout out to our Patreon stream sponsors again for sponsoring our streams and our crash pages and letting us do silly shit that we get to do. I have no idea how much we appreciate it, and this helps us. I see everybody's happy to see Snick. Alright, so we start the second half as always with the Moscow Mantines, and they will be taking on Powerhouse Robotics. Oh boy. Yes, excellent snake. Pulsars are guaranteed to make the playoffs. Fantastic. So we do actually have... Mike does have a bigger snake I could get, but like, it's so large that I wouldn't actually be able to really sit here that much. And its head is like the size of my head, so can't do much with that. Alright. Kicking off our second half and the lightweight fight is Metallica for the Moscow Mantines. Two-wheel drive rammer with kind of a W shape of iron spikes in the middle. Been one of the best lightweights this season. Does a lot of damage when it hits stuff. It's what we call speed metal. We'll be taking on Impact V6 for Powerhouse. Four-wheel drive rammer with two razor tips out the front. Modeled to look a lot like Liam's Antweight Impact, but has plastic armor as a result of how large it is, so... Good snake. Yeah, Psycho indeed does like snakes. I don't remember how long he's had this one, probably a long time. I know the larger one he has, he won at Great America some years back. It's that game where you swing the hammer and try to have it hit the top. He managed to do that back in high school, so... Yes, I'm giving Snake many chin scritches. A lot of people going for Metallica. A couple people just rooting for Impact, just for... I know how words do. Neck brace for Impact, yes. We'll see if Impact has a shot here. It has the drive power advantage, probably. But armor-wise, I don't know. Ooh, it got Metallica pinned briefly. Now Metallica is getting to the side of Impact and just shoving it with those spikes, doing a ton of damage to the side of Impact. Absolutely caving it in. Interesting that Metallica, instead of using the speed metal strategy, is just using grinding to do damage over time. Huh, so this is kind of a fast-paced microwave here. People are cheering for Snake. Yes, of course. Vimy knows what Great America is. Yes, we grew up in the Chicagoland area, so we went to Great America quite a few times. I guess since we have a bit of an opportunity for a question here, how many of you like amusement parks? And if you do, which ones have you been to? I'm quite the roller coaster nerd myself. I've done like Great America, St. Louis, both Six Flags in Texas, San Antonio, and Arlington. I've done Cedar Point at one point. I did Mount Olympus a couple years ago with some friends. Hit up some really good ones. Some good roller coasters out there. Well, this is going fantastic. Nothing beats Hershey Park's Leafeon. I really want to go to Hershey Park. I've heard some great stuff about that place. Tara went to a park in Colorado. I believe that might be Elitch Gardens. I actually hit that one up at one point, too. Really cool, a theme park in downtown Denver, I think it was. So you're surrounded by all these like office buildings and skyscrapers, and it's just an amusement park in the middle. Pretty cool. Alton Towers and Drayton Manor. I really want to do Alton Towers. I considered going with Mike over to the UK this past week, and if I did go with, I wanted to go to Alton Towers with him, but I have some other vacations planned. Loved Oblivion at Alton Towers. Yeah, Oblivion sounds really fun. There's some good parks in Australia, actually, Razor. I think they're mostly over on the East Coast, but they have some big ones. Viving's really only done Great America. That's fair. Great America is actually pretty decent, I've noticed. I thought Great America was really small at first until I started going to other parks and realized how actually large it is compared to them. Alright, so because Metallica was unrelenting and didn't back up or give Impact a shot, that is going to be a judge's decision. Which does not bode well for both teams, to be fair. The Mantines need points to distance themselves at the lead of Division 4, and Powerhouse is trying to stay alive right now, so... Dysphoria, I see you've made chat. You joined just in time to watch our microwave, my friend. Now we get to see if there's more action in the middleweights. Ooh, there might be, actually. Yes, Perth has Adventure World. I believe there's also... I believe there's a Disney World. I don't remember how many rides it has there, but there's a DC Comics roller coaster that's really cool looking. It has like purplish pink track color. It's really cool looking. I don't remember what park it's at though. All right, middleweight time. The Moscow Mantines have a Falcon Punch for their middleweight. Sit and Spinner with 8 Iron Fists on it, very well enclosed wheels. Quietly one of the best middleweights, I think. I think it was 3rd in DPS and total damage points in the middleweights going into this week. That's been pretty effective for the Communists. Powerhouse has Side Strike for its middleweight. Dual Side Axe Robot with a very good plow in the front to try to stop robots in their tracks. Has been very good about honing in on weak points on a robot and going to town with the side axes on that. Fantastic about just pinning something and then just getting that weak spot. Though with Falcon Punch's Iron Spikes, I'm not sure there really is one. And if you haven't guessed, Powerhouse is at risk of being mathematically eliminated from the playoffs. They need 3 consecutive knockouts, and this is going to be a hard one for them to win, I think. I also will say, for those of you who did not go to RoboNerd, Voya brought all of the IRL versions of Powerhouse Robotics to RoboNerd. I saw he fought Mike with a couple of them. Most people going for Falcon Punch, a couple for Side Strike. Side Strike can be surprising at times, but we shall see. What do you think, Snake? That's what I thought. Side Strike coming in quickly and tried getting Falcon Punch stopped, but Falcon Punch immediately ripped off the right side axe. Because of how short Falcon Punch is with the reach and everything, it's able to get up to speed very quickly when it gets away. And it's already ripped off the plow on Side Strike. And now the Punch is just caving in Side Strike. Moscow is showing their moves right now. Getting control board hits and a knockout in 29 seconds, and that will be farewell for Powerhouse Robotics. Very quick 3 points. So hoping for Sidestrike can move a little faster than that. Yeah, I mean, Sidestrike's not slow. The main issue is side axes have a really hard time corralling sit and spinners because they'll spin to one side, fire the weapon, and then the sit and spinner will just take it off right away. So it happens. Now we go to the heavyweights. Still great having Powerhouse this season. Absolutely. Powerhouse is fantastic aesthetically. Building your IRL robots in RI2 like almost perfectly and everything is fantastic. And they can win some fights here and there, so golf clap, Liam. They're very nice. Alright, so for the heavyweights, the Moscow Mantines have 917. 4 rear hinge flipping spikes in the middle. Another 4-wheel drive Le Mans style flipper. But it does have lots of exposed chassis. Powerhouse has Death Grip in the heavyweights. Dual overhead axe, kind of a claw style that comes down and just holds onto robots. Pretty good burst wedge, but lots of exposed chassis in kind. I saw a video of Voya competing with the IRL Death Grip up against Mike's Chiabot that he brought to Robo Nerd, and Voya lost, got pushed into the pit. So, fortunately, there are no pits here in the RRL to fall into. You look like you're endorsing Copperhead, says Razor. Yeah, actually, like every time we've seen the Copperhead team come out with the snakes, we look to see if it's the same one that this one is. So we're like, hey, is that actually Snake? Did it make a cameo? Yeah, it's fun. Oh, thank you, Nightmare. This game makes its own pits with physics, yes, of course. Liam did win the second fight. Fantastic. At least somebody kicked Mike's ass, other than Aaron. Chad is mostly going for 917, it looks like. It does have the drive power and probably weapon power advantage, but we've seen axes when they get under flippers make them have a really bad time, so can Powerhouse get some points here? Opening impact, and 917 has slid to the side of Death Grip and only just now gotten underneath it. Axebot tries to self-right, loses a wheel guard due to the flipper. Big toss from 917 there. Trying to get Death Grip up on the wall. Maybe going for a ring out. Maybe Moscow's trying to get on the ring out train here. We've had a lot of them already. Death Grip has now been shoved over into the wall and out of the grinder briefly. Tries to self-right, but 917 is being a pain as always. Ooh, now 917's kind of caught on the grinder. Flips Death Grip back, but it did take some damage to its front wedge. And Death Grip just getting tossed around now. Now both axes are off of Death Grip. Now just a wedge, but apparently a pretty good one. It is slid underneath the Le Mans robot already. Now kind of holding it as a hat. I do not recommend car hats, my friends. It's gotten 917 perched up against the wall. 917 can't move from this position. Is Death Grip gonna cheese a win? No way. I don't think 917's wheels are in contact with the floor either. What a turnaround to this fight. Death Grip just acts as a wedge and is able to get 917 perched on the wall and lose by TKO. 92 seconds. And Voya's getting the last laugh. That's an upset and a half right there. Fantastic. So with that, Powerhouse actually stays in the match because Moscow currently has 3 points. With that win, Powerhouse has 2, and there's an impending decision. So if Super Heavyweights goes right, Powerhouse could beat the #1 team in their division. That's one way to get back at the Mantines for eliminating you from the playoffs. Absolutely. Pretty much what happened there. Alright, so Super Heavyweights closing out this match, and a very open match at the moment. The Moscow Mantines have the Bolshevik Barracuda for their super heavyweight. Dual overhead axe robots, kind of curved axes to a degree. Very armored front wedge with wheel guards out the side. Is four-wheel drive, has 2 sets of wheels in the back and everything. It's honestly probably closer to Abron this season. It kills the shit out of things when it gets underneath them. It'll be taking on Karabas from Powerhouse Robotics. Dual rear hinge flipper with very long flipping arms, more or less. Very large robot and fantastic wedgelets up in the front. Probably the best ground game I think we've seen in the league this season. I don't know if its geometry is going to be good, but it could definitely challenge the Barracuda here. Barracuda's been on a tear. It's had some fantastic knockouts lately. A lot of people are actually going for Karabas here, just hoping to see Liam have a bit of fun. I appreciate that. Tara's thinking Barracuda's going to eat the flippers. I mean, yeah, Barracudas are very hungry. Yes, I know you're hungry. I'll feed you after the stream. Be fine. Let's see if Karabas has a chance. What you got, Powerhouse? Karabas slides right underneath the Barracuda and has inverted it. I'm not entirely sure if the Barracuda can actually self-right from this position or not. Karabas backs off. Barracuda's just about upright. It can self-right from that position, but Karabas just puts it right back over. Unlucky. Powerhouse just kind of holding the Barracuda at this point, just trying to stall out for time here. Karabas breaks the pin yet again. Barracuda slowly getting upright, and it does. Breaks the count, and Karabas goes right back in and lifts it again. Although this time it's shoving the Barracuda back to the wall, and has gotten it upside down even more, and those iron spikes flippers are getting into that top side of the Barracuda. There's another TKO. Karabas breaks it, and Barracuda breaks the count again, and Karabas doesn't care. The ground game coming into play here. It's haunting the Mantines. Karabas backs off again, and yet another self-right. Ooh, but this time Karabas misfired slightly, only got one arm underneath the Barracuda. But with that, it's actually able to fire it and do damage. It's now gotten the Barracuda onto the grinder. Parts are coming off of the Barracuda pinned in the corner here. Karabas is doing some damage with the iron spikes on that flipper. Backs off to break the pin. Barracuda breaks the count, and Karabas flips it right back over. Physics got a tiny bit unhappy, but I didn't see a whole lot of issues there. The Barracuda is just getting pinned and controlled the whole time here. Pin has been broken, and Barracuda can't self-right. It's taken too much damage. It only has one axe left. And it looks as though Karabas is going to get a TKO victory in 122 seconds. Well then, that's different. Never underestimate the teams at the bottom of the table. You never know when their tight matchups are just going to come to haunt you. So, Powerhouse currently has 4 points. The Mantines currently have 3 with their knockout middleweights, and there's 1 point open for a decision. That could be a tied match or a Powerhouse win. We will find out later this week. What an embarrassing match for Moscow. They're trying to build their lead in the division, and they might lose to the team that they just eliminated from the playoffs. Well then. Karabas being a boss, absolutely. Karabas is actually very underrated. Like, when it gets under stuff, it just completely humiliates them. Did that to Dysfunctional Stepsister, too. So. Alright. Well, with that out of the way, it is now time for match number 10. A match I am very much looking forward to, because it's going to be the lads taking on the Wiltshire Magnums. Rosmitol pod Trebsinem up against Wiltshire, England. Both of these teams featuring builders from the Robot Arena 2 Central Discord server. Alright, so kicking off the lightweights, the lads have 1 o'clock. It is an undercutting horizontal spinner with razor tips on the end. Very similar to X Factor from last season, but not quite the same performance. It wins here and there, but it also loses in embarrassing fashion sometimes. The Magnums have Acidic Lemon for its lightweight. Dual front hinge flipper with razor tips as well. A very steep wedge though, so it has some trouble getting underneath stuff sometimes, but it's actually been sneakily good. Let me double check the stats on this robot. Acidic Lemon is 8-4 right now, but it only has 16 points because a lot of them are judges' decisions, so even though it doesn't score a lot of points, it wins actually quite a lot. One o'clock to win here at 7:12 UK time. It's actually 1:10 p.m. here, so 1 o'clock is fighting at the right time. It might have some more power. One o'clock to destroy Acidic Lemon because it was a part of the worst match last week. You know, you're not wrong. Ice Cream brings all the lads to the yards. Thank you, Becky, for the bit. Alright, let's get this RA2C Civil War underway. Both robots meet in the center, and Acidic Lemon immediately gets a hit on the spinner of 1 o'clock and flips it over. 1 o'clock, who is invertible, is digging in that spinner now that's flipping the other direction. Kind of stalemating, but Acidic Lemon is now underneath it, trying to fire in at the motor, get it off, and Acidic Lemon has broken off the spinner of 1 o'clock. Both robots dancing around the bomb in the floor, but they have kind of gotten away from it now. 1 o'clock is just a box, getting pinned to the wall by Acidic Lemon. Oop, they break the count. 1 o'clock does a couple of flips there. That wedge on Acidic Lemon is so steep that it's not able to get its weapon into play when 1 o'clock goes up it. Although 1 o'clock is in the grinder and has now lost its right side wheel. Or left side, I can't tell which way's up on it. Oh, there's a count on 1 o'clock and it's now gotten high centered on its front. Another robot falling on its face and getting TKO'd. That is going to be a 67-second TKO victory for Acidic Lemon. Well then, the flipper came in clutch and was able to beat the pretty high damaging horizontal spinner. Yes, the curse of Chemical X strikes once again. As it turns out, Swin is better than Botbuster. Who knew? Now we get to see Swin take on TDG. Alright everybody, kicking off the middleweight fight, we have Shock Therapy for the lads. Triple piston poker with a row of razor tip and sword wheel guards going out the side. It's actually one of the more damaging middleweights by DPS. It can do a lot of damage very quickly, but can also lose very quickly. It's quite the glass cannon this season. The Magnums have the Mint Chalk Crusher for its middleweight. Dual drill spinners also with razor tips, but has a lot of ground clearance and exposed chassis on either side. Has the most damage points scored for middleweights as well, and its DPS is alright. Probably the highest point score for the Magnum so far. Worth noting, Shock Therapy was built by that Discord guy who is, I believe, Ethan or Dan from the Rampage BattleBot team. So, have an actual IRL builder here as well. We have a couple of them, but a BattleBot's one at least. TDG just kicked my ass in a DSL tournament recently, so I quietly hope he loses. Oh, mint chocolate is your favorite ice cream too, Tara. Nice. Always been a fan of mint chocolate chip. Chat seems kind of split between these two. Historically, we have seen drill spinners like this are kind of weak to piston pokers because they go straight into the drills, but we'll see if this continues. Ooh, another mint chocolate chip lover. I love that, Logan. Let's see if the ice cream can do you a service here. Shock Therapy coming right in, going at the drills of the Mint Chocolate Crusher, pinning it to the wall, and up onto the wall as well, inverting it. And now we have a Mint Chocolate Chip Hat. Don't recommend that. Lots of razor tips falling off, I believe from both robots. Weaponry coming off of these guys. Shock Therapy's lost a lot. It's also, Mint Shock has lost a wheel to the grinder after being shoved there by Shock Therapy. Ooh, but now all the damaging components are off of the Mint Shock Crusher. It's lost both of its wheels. Shock Therapy just going to town out at this point. Mint Chocolate Crusher is stuck on the grinder. I'm not sure if it's going to be taking a lot of chassis damage here. There's going to be a TKO count on it, though. Oh, there are control board hits. It's going to get knocked out before the count. I cannot tell. It was immobilized. That's only going to be a TKO victory for the lads right there. I just got to double check the time because I was distracted. What was that? 55 seconds. Fantastic. These two have traded TKOs over each other here. And now the match is tied 2-2. Now we get to go to the heavyweights, where we have yet another multi-bot entering the arena. Slightly more unconventional one this time. The snake like ice cream. You like ice cream, buddy? There you go. Maybe we'll get some over here, because there's a ice cream factory down the street from here. Alright, time to kick off the heavyweight fights. We have TekonoAxe for the lads. Dual rear hinge flipper with panels that have some spikes on it, so it can do a little bit of damage, but mostly it has a very armored top panel where robots just kind of fall on top of it and take damage as they're getting tossed around. The Magnums have the multi-bot Banana Splitter and Cherry and Creamer. Banana Splitter has 3 overhead axes coming down like this, a very good wedge setup on it as well. And Cherry and Creamer is the nuisance multi-bot that just kind of runs into shit. You live by an ice cream factory, Astar. Yeah, it's fun. Not good for my bank account or for my health, but you know. Why deny ice cream, right? They also have a drive-through at the factory, too. A couple people going for the multi-bot. Cherry needs this as Logan. Yeah, sure, why not? I wouldn't mind seeing Cherry and Creamer thrown into the ceiling. Banana and Cherry with TekonoAxe on top. Fantastic, Blacksbird. Tar thinks TekonoAxe is going to ring both of them out. It's possible. They are underweight compared to TekonoAxe here, so... This is a tied matchup, so this wild card fight could really determine who wins here. TekonoAxe starting off with Cherry and Creamer tossing the mini-bot on top of the grinder immediately. Trying to bounce in the way. Ooh, it got distracted against the mini-bot, and Banana Splitter got at least one shot on the flipper. Going for it again. Now, TekonoAxe and Banana Splitter met back up again. The check flipper really doesn't know which one of these two to go for. Kind of split between the two. Ooh, a big hit there from Banana Splitter. Trying to split TekonoAxe wide open. Ooh, and it's now gotten underneath TekonoAxe at least briefly, but TekonoAxe has thrown it straight over the arena for a ring out. And now TekonoAxe can focus on Cherry and Creamer solo. Got it over to a grinder, do a little bit of damage. Once again, the mini-bots on top of the grinders taking control board shots. The lad's just going to leave it there. No, another flip, and Cherry and Creamer has been completely de-wheeled. Taking a ton of damage, but it is getting TKO'd right now on the grinder. Look at the smoke and deformation out of that little guy. Oh no. So that is a 74-second win for TekonoAxe. So because Cherry and Cream was immobilized and not rung out, that goes on the books as a TKO rather than a ring out, even though Banana Splitter was taken out. Regardless, it's 2 points, but on the books it'll be a TKO victory. Very impressive showing from TekonoAxe right there. The check flipper has been on a bit of a downturn lately, but it can be sneakily good sometimes. That was an impressive Uda. Yeah, that was a very well-timed with the geometry of it, because it got Banana Splitter at the perfect leverage point to toss it right over, so fantastic work from TekonoAxe. It's now time for the Super Heavies to do their share. Ooh, this could be a bizarre matchup. Small bots just don't work, says TK Bomber. I mean, mini bots like Cherry and Creamer don't really, because it's just a nuisance bot. It has worked on occasion, getting robots to misfire and letting Banana Splitter take advantage, but multi-bots can work, though. They mostly take advantage of weaknesses on robots. Alright, so time for the Super Heavyweights to do their share as the lads are up 4-2. Lads have Rhino for their Super Heavyweight. Dual overhead axe bot with very long axes that stick way out and hit you and kill you from above. Very long ledgers to get you up there and some snowplows to block you. Very old school way to build Robot Arena 2 machines. The Vulture Magnums have the Ice Cream Sandwicher. One of our few robots with 3 weapon types. Dual side axe spinning horizontal spinners that come around this way, and 2 rear hinge flippers in the middle. Is really effective about unsettling robots with the flippers and letting the side axes go around the side and do a lot of damage. Oh, God. My neck just popped like it was a zipper. That sounded awful. Everybody going on right here. As far as saying Ice Cream Sandwicher's getting hard countered here. Well, that also depends on if Rhino can get under Ice Cream Sandwicher, because Ice Cream Sandwicher has an underrated ground game with those flippers. It's goring time, yes. The gores will rain out through the night, only if Rhino wins. Who will win the ground game here? What the flying basket of fucks? Was that physics? Hang on a second. That was the weirdest collision I think I've ever seen. Because there's no way they have enough power to do that to each other. Hang on. Yeah, that was physics. So, Ice Cream Sandwicher had a physics thing that pulled it over like that. There was no way that it was not enough powerful enough to do that. What the fuck? Okay. I believe that might be our first physics restart this stream, which is nice. But let's try it again and see if they do it again. They meet in the middle, and Ice Cream Sandwicher wins the ground game. It has inverted, well, kind of inverted Rhino, got it propped up on its back. And those side axe spinners are going to town on the side of the check axe robot. Gotten at least 1 wheel off of Rhino, taking the wheel guards 2 wheels, propping Rhino up on its back, got one of the axes off it already. This does not bode well for the lads. Ice Cream Sandwich are just dominating. 3 wheels off of my wagon. Flips Rhino again. Rhino's trying to get that last axe into play. It has. It's got at least 1 hit on the top of Ice Cream Sandwicher. But Ice Cream Sandwicher used the flippers to de-weapon it. So now Rhino is weaponless and almost wheelless entirely. Ice Cream is going to town on the RA2C Super Team. Horizontal Spinner's going to town on Rhino, who's pouring smoke out of those drive motors. Last of the snowplows is off of Rhino. And the last wedgelet is just a box at this point. Wow. We said at the beginning, ooh, and there's the last wheel off of Rhino as well. Ice Cream Sandwich are going to try to go for 3 points, or is going to let the Wheelless robot get TKO'd here. Kind of using the horizontal spitters conventionally, just whacking at it. Pinning Rhino to the wall. Getting a couple of good hits. Now Rhino's on control board hits. Side axes, side spinners are definitely doing their job. So Ice Cream Sandwicher's kind of leaving it here. Look at all the smoke pouring out of Rhino. Oh, that thing's not getting rebuilt without a new frame. Holy shit. Everything in there's going to be toasted. Ice Cream Sandwicher is going to leave it for a TKO here. Which unfortunately means this match is going to be tied. 135 seconds in the end. Interesting, this match had nothing but TKOs. I don't think we've ever seen that before. Tons of damage coming out of Ice Cream Sandwicher as well. Holy shit, what a match that was, actually. I'm going to tuck that under potential match of the week because that was pretty fun. I think for sure, yeah, that was pretty good. Ice Cream Sandwichers are the truly apex predators, yes. Nothing but TKOs and technically a ring out. No, it goes on the books as a TKO because that happened in the match there, so. Should one-sided matches be fight of the week? Asked Dysphoria. It can be because it's up to a fan vote ultimately, but we'll see. Thank you for popping in and getting the bots out of here. So, we now move on to our featured match, my friends. Match number 11 now. It's going to be the Sinister Creations, one of my teams, one of the returning Season 1 teams, taking on Pink Chaos, another returning Season 1 veteran. Oh boy. This could be a very fun match. I'm looking forward to this. Yes, I agree, Blacksburg. Bots are better in the arena, not in the chat. And thank you, mods, for being on top of it as well. Alright, so, kicking off this featured match, we have Cavity Search for Sinister Creations. Kind of a low-slung, almost like a Viper kit robot without the middle part of it. But it has a giant drill stuck on the top of it. It can do quite a bit of damage, but it has a tendency to go to judges' decisions instead. Pink Chaos has Firestarter for their lightweight, another asymmetric overhead spinner with a spike tooth on one side and a sledgehammer counterweight on the other. These two have kind of struggled to a degree this season. Cavity Search is more about pushing decisions, whereas Firestarter, when it keeps its weapon, can do some damage, but who knows? Tara thinks Cavity Search is taking Firestarter's weapon off right away. I asked the Twisted Firestarter. Thank you as always, Tamabras. Chat seems relatively split between these two, which I think is pretty fair because it's a bit up in the air how it goes. Pretty high profile match because Sinister Creations still leads Division 3, and Pink Chaos lost the lead of Division 4, but is still pretty competitive in there. So, welcome back, Mr. Circuit. We're about to kick off the feature match. You've not missed very much. How are these two going to meet up? Ooh, a big hit from Firestarter right away. Getting to the side of that fork wedge on Cavity Search, but Cavity Search has gotten in close and broken off the tooth on Firestarter's spinner. And is now going to town, getting that drill up into play. Firestarter's taking a ton of chassis damage to the front, and it's trying to use the counterweight to get some damage in here, but Cavity Search has ripped it right off. They meet up head-on again, Firestarter losing the remnants of its spinner and taking quite a bit of grinding damage. Cavity Search taking the sledgehammer counterweight along with it. Don't get high-centered on that, please. Ooh, there's control board. It's now on Firestarter. And just like that, that's a knockout for Cavity Search in 44 seconds. That's one of very few knockouts for Cavity Search this season already. Well then. We were expecting lots of action here. We already got a knockout to start the match. Very interesting start. I expect Cavity Search to get a KO. I really didn't either. I thought it wasn't going to quite have the reach, but as it turns out it did. Oh, excuse me. And now for a Season 1 rematch. Oh boy. Stone Imp will be intrigued to face Cavity Search soon. Yeah, Stone Imp might not meet up very well with Cavity Search. I'm very curious how it'll take on a drill weapon. Alright, folks. Kicking off the lightweights, we have Cycloid for Sinister Creations, dual side axe, 4-pick style axes, 2 spikes in the middle for defense, and ramp plates overhead. Can be pretty damaging. I think it actually has the highest DPS for middleweights, but it hasn't fared very well with lack of a wedge and lack of armor. It's taking on Overthrown from Pink Chaos, dual front hinge flipper with spike strips, bit of wheel guards on the side. One of the best middleweights because of its wedge and drive, very good drive power. Overthrown kicked the shit out of Cycloid in the first season. This could be very similar here. Are both these robots unchanged from last season? Cycloid is for sure. I believe Overthrown had some slight changes to its wheel guards. Otherwise, pretty much unchanged. Although Cycloid's definitely going to need a change because not doing very good with no wedge. How convincing did Overthrown win last time? Very. I didn't rewatch it, but I know like Cycloid did not have a very good time at all. So it's really going to be down if Overthrown makes a mistake at this point. Yeah, chat's really behind Overthrown here, so... Notably, though, as Pink Chaos is down 3 points, they need a knockout over Cycloid, so... Let's see what Overthrown's got. Slides right underneath Cycloid, got some big hits on the front of it already, although Cycloid got a couple of hits on the wedge already. Does a weird physics-y thing off the wall. That was wheel physics, so we can let it slide. Ooh, big toss again from Overthrown. Cycloid kind of stalemating with those ramp plates now that they're on the ground, but Overthrown got under it again. And Cycloid very uncontrolled at the moment. It actually broke one of the spike strips off of Overthrown using its defensive work. Okay. Caving in Overthrown's front now. Now that it's stalemating with those ramp plates. What a weird... Okay. Wheel physics is being a bit of a dick. Overthrown has now lost both of its flipping spikes, so now it's just a wedge, but it can wedge very easily underneath Cycloid. Smoking very heavily from the damage it's sustained, and oh, Cycloid's gotten around behind and underneath Overthrown. What a bizarre fight this has been with wheel physics so far. Thank you, mods, as always. Overthrown slides under Cycloid and pushes it again. Both robots pouring smoke right now. Cycloid getting some damage here and there. It got control board hits on Overthrown, who backed itself by a grinder. Overthrown only has one more hit left on its control board, but it's wedged underneath Cycloid and it's not letting it do what it's trying to do. Ooh, and there was a control board shot for the knockout right there. 98 seconds. That might have actually been from Overthrown ramming into the the ramp plates on Cycloid. That's different. Well, okay. So Sinister already has 6 points and cannot lose this match. Last season they tied 5-5, so it's still possible for a tie, but we shall see. That's a hell of an upset. I agree, Logan. Fight of the week, says Tara. You know what? I will put it on the list. Why not? It was a decent back and forth with some silly wheel physics in there, but... We don't have many Fight of the Week contenders on the list at the moment. Feel free to name some off from earlier in the stream if you guys want to. 'Cause I'm focused on commentary and not necessarily getting notes. And speaking of Fight of the Week, we have a rematch of a Fight of the Week from last season right here. Oh, my friends. The heavyweight fight is going to feature Omnipresence for Sinister Creations. Another flail sit and spinner, similar to Death Penalty, but only with 2 wheels. 4 flail setups on either side, on a corner, and some spikes in the front and back for ramming when the flails come off. Pink Chaos has Second Amendment for its heavyweight 4-wheel drive rammer with a row of pointy spikes and iron spikes in the front and bare arms by popular request. Has been quietly good for Pink Chaos this season. It's been pretty good. This is a repeat of the Week 1 Fight of the Week from last season, where Second Amendment absolutely embarrassed Omnipresence. Maybe we'll get more of the same, I don't know. Death Grip 917, you are correct, Liam. It's a hard vote. Yeah, this is a pretty close one. It's really going to depend on Second Amendment mostly, because if it's able to back up and get rams and keep Omnipresence stopped, it can get a lot of damage in. But if it stays up close and tries pushing, Omnipresence can just grind away or spin up really quickly. So Second Amendment did pretty convincingly win, even though this went to the judges last season. It pretty convincingly won. It was more so because Second Amendment could not finish off Omnipresence for the knockout. So. And these two are virtually unchanged. I think Second Amendment's only addition was the Bear Claws, and Omnipresence swapped out some Iron Spikes for Razor Tips, and that's it. Chat's pretty split between these two, so let's get our feature fight underway, my friends. Will we get another Fight of the Week candidate? Let's find out. Ooh, Second Amendment tripped on the floor, and Omnipresence has now gotten up to speed and is going to town on the 4-wheel drive rammer. Went through the wheel guards and got a wheel, but it has lost at least 2 of its flail assemblies already. Omnipresence is absolutely caving in the right side of Second Amendment right now, although it is starting to lose more of its flails. Physics has kind of interfered. I'm gonna... Oh, well, Physics has definitely interfered now. Never mind. I was gonna ask if we should restart that, but we definitely have to now. Well, poo. Alright, let's get us back going. Opening charge from Second Amendment has pinned Omnipresence to the wall and gotten it stopped. Omnipresence kind of got to the side, but Second Amendment's to that wheel. Ooh, was not able to take it off right away. Second Amendment trying to keep it stopped. Lost one of its bare arms already. Omnipresence down a flail, but it got the wheel guards off of Second Amendment's right side. Both robots starting to de-weapon each other. Second Amendment's down a wheel. Physics has thrown a fit. They pretty much reset, so I'm actually going to let that go despite how big it was. Omnipresence is down to only 1 flail remaining right now, but it's absolutely caving in that right side. That's going to be a restart. God fucking damn it, Omnipresence. Okay. Ah! Alright. Restart number 2. As always, we cap these at 5 restarts. This might take a little bit. This rivalry runs deep. I agree, Logan. These two are bitter rivals. Ooh, that physics issue wasn't too bad. We're going to let it slide for right now. Omnipresence has lost, I believe, 2 of its flails already, and some of its spikes. Second Amendment doing its best to keep Omnipresence stopped, but it's starting to lose some of its features. Ooh, that was a chassis hit right there from Omnipresence. Wheel guards are off. 1 flail setup remains on Omnipresence now. Second Amendment is de-weaponing the spinner. It's now lost all of it, so Omnipresence is also a rammer now. Ooh, and Second Amendment's gotten Omnipresence perched on the grinder. I'm not sure how much damage Omnipresence took, but it was able to get down in the end. Both of these two can hit each other's chassis pretty easily with their ramming setups, although Omnipresence is taking more damage right now. Second Amendment just pinning Omnipresence to the wall, using the superior drive power. Spikes are coming off of somebody here, and Physics has necessitated a restart. You dense motherfucker, Havoc. Alright, so that's now 3 restarts. Okay, I'm gonna keep a tally, because Because every time I keep a tally, we don't have to take it longer. I don't remember how many takes the one in Season 1 took, but we're getting there. Another opening charge from Second Amendment. Lost one of its bear arms already from Omnipresence, who has gotten up to speed and is going to town again. More bits coming off. Ooh, a big ram from Second Amendment has put it upside down. So now those iron spikes are not going to be hitting low on Omnipresence. That could be very important here. The wheel has come off of Second Amendment from the static spikes on Omnipresence. Gets back up to speed, removes the other bear arm. Omnipresence is absolutely caving in Second Amendment right now. Smoke pouring out of the pink rammer. Although Omnipresence is down most of its spikes yet again. Only has 2 static spikes remaining. These two are just unrelenting trying to win this fight. Second Amendment lost both of its side wheels. That physics issue was not too bad. Slowly making its way over to Omnipresence. Another big hit there. Another physics issue. They more or less reset, so we're going to let it go. The big problem with these axle connectors that Omnipresence has. Omnipresence trying to corral Second Amendment to the wall. Actually gotten some more bits off of Second Amendment. It's now gotten Second Amendment perched on the extender that came off of Omnipresence. Okay. Second Amendment trying to get off. There's a control board shot from trying to get away. Is Second Amendment able to break the count? It just did, and Omnipresence got another control board shot on it. Only 1 static spike remaining on Omnipresence's flails. And that is the knockout. 115 remaining. That's going to be 100 and... 115. You can tell I can do math. 105 seconds is what that was. Well then, that was very long and took a long time to get there, but we got a decisive win in the end. It's also 3 consecutive knockouts for Sinister Creations there on Perfect Shutout Watch. That was very destructive. I agree, Tara. As I said, as soon as I start a tally for the restarts, we get the official result. I will list that as Fight of the Week candidate as well, because that was still pretty good. Final 4 takes, that's like top 5 Fight of the Week through RRL Season 2. Maybe. We've had some other pretty good ones. Now it's time for the Super Heavyweights to do their share. Sinister going for a perfect match here. This is Match of the Week, says Logan. I will put it on the list for sure. The only one I have on there right now is the lads and Magnums, but this is definitely up there. I'm glad the feature match has been delivering for us so far. Alright, so ending this match, we have Eldritch Horror for the Sinister Creations. Another one of our 3 weapon types that has rear hinge flippers, side hinge flippers, and front hinge flippers. It's like a bear trap coming up like this. Unfortunately, it's not the greatest at timing those very well, and kind of the slow grindy damage, kind of like this almost. I believe it has a total of 10 flipping arms. It's kind of insane. Pink Chaos has Dysfunctional Stepsister, which has 8 rear hinge flipping spikes on it. One of the best super heavyweights this season, only lost 1 time, which was a decision, so it has the fewest conceded points on the season, minus an undefeated robot, of course. It's fucked up a lot of shit this season, and it might do the same here. What's the most number of flippers in one fight? I think this might be it right here, Tara. Have a total of 18. This could be a pretty brutal end of this match. Knowing you're a rather sinister creation your own, I'm assuming you're rooting for them, right, Snake? No? Alright, okay, I see how it is. So much for you being fed later. A lot of people going for Dysfunctional Stepsister. Logan saying Eldritch's gonna get the 2nd perfect score of the week. It's possible. I don't think we've had 2 perfect scores in 1 week before, so this could be interesting. Dysfunctional Stepsisters are scarier than Eldritch Horrors. You're not wrong. Let's see what these two flippers have in store. Ooh, they both kind of stalemate, but Dysfunctional Stepsister has won the ground game, gotten a massive toss on the Eldritch Abomination. Kind of holding it upside down right now. Huge impact. Throws Eldritch up in the air again. It's reset here, but Eldritch has ended up on top of this Dysfunctional Stepsister once more. Huge control board shot there from Dysfunctional Stepsister is shoving Eldritch Horror back. I'm not sure Eldritch can self-right with, or retract all those flippers with how much damage it's taken here. Kind of gotten stuck here. Dysfunctional Stepsister just pushing it up against the wall right now. Well, I was not expecting this fight to go this way. Okay. Eldritch Smoke Machine. I agree. Deserved, by the way, because Eldritch has kind of annoyed me, even though it's my own robot. Some of its fights can be a bit Eldritch has now made its way to the grinder, taken a control board shot, and gotten knocked out by Dysfunctional Stepsister. I believe that was 67 seconds. I'm going to need to double check the time now. Yes, indeed, 67 seconds for Dysfunctional Stepsister. So Pink Chaos are saved from getting shut out by a perfect score, but they still lose very big, 9-3 right there. It's also very noteworthy because in the event these two both win their divisions, this is a possible playoff matchup. Well then. Double checking the standings, Pink Chaos was 4 points ahead of the C4 Circus. They're now going to be 7 ahead with that knockout. Circus could potentially get second seed here. That could be big. And we now move to match number 12, my friends. It's going to be Team Permanganate. It's not going to be Team Permanganate. It's going to be the game crashing, naturally. Fantastic, always getting in the way. Who won this match season 1? They tied 5-5, Tara. Very unfortunate. Anyway, thank you to our Patreon stream sponsors for sponsoring our crash page and our streams, letting us keep the lights on, keep the internet going, have mysterious beverages, and build our own robots. We cannot thank you enough for all of this. It's very much appreciated. Laura's being held hostage by Me57 again. Yeah, you have to watch Team Permanganate take on. Yeah, they got shut out last week, so they're really going to need some points here, but they're facing a very bizarre team. As I was saying before I was interrupted, we have Team Permanganate coming in here, and they will be taking on the Nightvale Spider Wolves. Oh boy. B57 is hoping for a good week. Will the mystery beverages ever be solved? Not on camera, my friend. Alright, so kicking off the lightweights, we have Chloe the Crustacean for Team Permanganate. Dual side axe, Warpick style axes with a tiny spike in the middle. Very compact little robot. I believe it's one of the higher DPS lightweights we have. Kills stuff very quickly when it kills stuff. It's going to be taking on Kevin. Kevin is a sit and spinner with 3 damaging components. A ram plate that doesn't hit anything. Very off-balance, wonky drive. Lots of ground clearance, but it wins a lot. I don't get it either. As Ricky in the chat says, it's time to get weird. Nobody knowing who to root for here. Hate to root against Kevin, but I hate to root against Chloe. Yes, people going for craps mostly. Battle of the kind of people names, Chloe and Kevin. I'm trying to think of how many Kevins I know IRL. I don't really know of any. I know of a couple of Chloes. Chat seems to mostly be going for Chloe, but you never know. Kevin, it's Nightvale after all. Weird shit happens, so can Permanganate get some wins here? They had a bad loss last week. They go to meet in the middle. Chloe got a big hit on Kevin to start and has kind of gotten it stopped. using its short reach to keep Kevin stopped, but Kevin is now up to speed and going to town on the tiny little side axe robot. Kevin trying to spin away and get that side axe off of Chloe. Not having much luck here. Chloe's kind of getting some damage in on Kevin here and there, but very slow grindy compared to what Chloe's usually does. Now Chloe's getting the damage in on Kevin. Look at the deformation on that circular robot. One of the axes has now come off of Kevin, and it's now smoking heavily. Control board shots. I don't know if Kevin's going to be able to get out of here. Just trying to spin up very slowly. Its drive modes are taking a ton of damage, and Kevin has gotten knocked out in 49 seconds. Oh no. Chloe was able to do what Kang was not able to do. Get Kevin stopped and wail on it. So that's 3 points for Team Permanganate very quickly. They're going to need them with how much they dropped last week. Massive damage for a lightweight fight. Absolutely. That might be the highest scoring lightweight fight we've ever had. Overall. I'll have to go look at that. Anyway, it's time to move on to the middleweights, where shit's about to get even crazier. Hey, Chloe used Crab Hammer. Oh god, the lawnmower. Yes, I agree, Laura. So, Team Permanganate's middleweight is Quasar. It is a vertical spinner. Drill spinner that uses Bushido swords on a drill. Acts more as a rotary lifting device rather than a spinner, but it's very fast and efficient when it has long forks to kind of corral its opponents. It'll be taking on the Sheriff's Secret Police from Nightvale. Triangle-shaped piston poker with a battering ram of axe heads on the front, four-wheel drive, and, well, it's a triangle. What more can be said about it? This could be a very interesting geometry matchup right here. How these two are going to intermesh. Because Quasar's drill motor is protected from the side, not as much from the front, and the Sheriff's Secret Police is going to go straight in for the kill. Yeah, I agree, Nitro. This will depend on whose weapon is more durable, for sure. I feel like Quasar is an advantage, but Night feels weird and Quasar is drunk a lot of the time. Yeah, it's a pretty good point, Me57. Well, let's see if Nightvale can get back in this match at all. Ooh, Quasar moved to the side and got hit by the wheel by Sheriff's Secret Police. He's not able to get under the triangle, who's going to town just trying to shoot through that drill. Propped up in the air briefly. Ooh, got an attack on the side of Quasar again, but Quasar's gotten to the side of Sheriff's Secret Police. And now gotten underneath it, it's grinding away at its underside. I also noticed Nightvale robots tend to have a tendency to be hats. Ooh, Quasar tried getting the piston poker into the grinder, but not quite to any avail. It's gotten down now. Ooh, Quasar's pinning Sheriff's Secret Police into the grinder, but it has lost its drill entirely. That axe battering ram, much more durable than the drill. And Quasar is very drunk, as Me57 noted. Huge damage done with that piston now. Sheriff's Secret Police is trying to get the points. Got a wheel off of Quasar now. Pinning it in the grinder zone. Control board shots on it. Quasar is trying to escape with its one remaining wheel. Ooh, very stalemate at the moment. And Quasar has died falling on top of the grinder. 81-second knockout for the Secret Police. Well then. Big damage numbers from Sheriff's Secret Police as well. Wow. And just like that, we have a tied matchup, my friends. Now it's time for the heavyweights, and this is... Ooh, This is going to be a very bizarre matchup here, I think. I don't know how this is going to go. Quasar arrested for impersonating a sheriff, says Tamagras. Absolutely. Alright, time for the heavyweights to break this tied match open for one of these two. Team Permanganate has Roadman for its heavyweight. 4 saw spinners in the front. Very similar to Roadblock from Robot Wars back in the day. Has very good forks that go out the front and a very nice slope in the back, but very exposed wheels. Not a whole lot of armor overall. The Spider Wolves have Koshek in the heavyweights. Dual side axe kind of cat paws and overhead cat paws, trying to crunching robots in. 4-wheel drive has some wheel guards, but does not have venomous spines, which all cats should have. A Roadblock up against a mutant cat. I know you're not a fan of cats now, are you? Yeah, I didn't think so. It's alright, buddy. I'll give you some chin scritches. The cats don't do well on roads. Hey, you're not wrong. Quite a few people actually going for Kasha. A couple for Roadman. Roadman by judges. Okay, that's possible. I don't think a levitating cat will be stopped by a roadside. That's for the fight. Fair enough, Me57. I also forget you're one of the ones who knows Nightvale lore. A lot of people back in Nightvale. I mean, it is week 13. It is Nightvale. Weird shit does happen. We'll see if it continues to happen here. Both robots meet in the middle. Koshek got a big hit on Roadman, but slipped right over the saw as it fired up in the air. And it's now just kind of taking a nap on Roadman's back. It's now used Roadman as a ramp to get back in front of it. Okay. And is slid right back to its back again. This time Roadman's kind of gotten to the side of Koshek, who's not able to turn very well with that side axe sticking out the side like that. Roadman's trying to go to work at that side wheel and the ram plate wheel guards. Koshek just does not have the drive power or speed to really turn around here. He might be here for a while. But one of the front wheels has come off of Koshek now. Definitely not going to be able to turn quite as easily now. Roadman is just shoving it along. Well, this is different. Block that spam bot so many times it never seems to work. It's because they keep making new accounts and just renaming them the same thing. That's all it is. Not a whole lot that can be done about it. Yes, Tar, do not make microwave cats, please. Well, not a whole lot is going on here, so suppose I can pose a question for chat. I don't really have any at the moment. Can't we blacklist a specific username instead of accounts? I truthfully don't know. Like, the best options we have is just blocking them on the channel and that's it, so we're kind of stuck with it. I also have a feeling that whoever's triggering the spam bots is already in the chat commenting normally, so I would like to ban whoever they are, but we have to figure out who it is first. Well, Roadman got one of the axes off of Koshek, who's now trying to go to town now that it's in front of Roadman. But it's going to run out of time. Yet another judge's decision. Can we ban microwaves? I would love to. That would be nice. So we're not going to know the decision of that decision until next week, so this match is still functionally tied. Now it's time for the super heavyweights to decide this match, and oh boy, this could be interesting. An imposter, yeah, I'm like 90% sure somebody in here is triggering these, and I'm like 90% sure I know who it is, but I don't have confirmation. Anyway, super heavyweights. Team Permanganate has their namesake Permanganate for their super heavyweight. Overhead Raptor Claw axe weapon with very well armored front and side features with spikes going out the front. Very defensive axe robot we have here. It's going to be taking on the almighty Glow Cloud All Hail. Quad saw spinner, 2 very large horizontal spinning saws and 2 small ones buried deep within the middle that don't hit anything, except for all the times they do. I don't get it either. Glow Cloud has a surprisingly good ground game for just being a wall on the front, but no, not very good. It's pretty, in the words of the builder rookie, it's pretty useless, but it's resilient. Not spammers were just programs that auto-spammed every line chat at once. Yeah, I mean, probably, but like, if it's not like a really experienced programmer, they could just be popping in and then just like setting it up during it. I don't know. Who knows? Robert Bull says he's not triggering the spam bots. I believe you for the moment. A lot of people all hailing the Glow Cloud. Most people going for Permanganate, though. It does have the weapon power advantage. Drive advantages, I think they have similar drive. Permanganate might have more because it has high-powered motors, but we shall see. I'm more interested to see if the axe gets ripped off by those saw blades or not. Let's find out. This is effectively a tied match. Be kind of weird if Permanganate lost to the Spider Wolves. Ooh, they meet up, and Permanganate going right in at the saws on Glow Cloud. Both defensive features kind of stalemating right now. Now they kind of met up again. Permanganate's going to town on those saws. Gotten one of the horizontal saws off already. But otherwise, just kind of stalemating here. Back off again. Ooh, and there goes the other saw off of Glow Cloud. Although, actually that Raptor Claw is kind of going in and getting the extender work that holds up those ramp plates. That's interesting. Back off yet again. Ooh, and now Glow Cloud's propped off the ground. That axe really isn't able to get into the center of Glow Cloud with that fork shape it has. Well, Permanganate is just holding Glow Cloud on the wall. This looks like it's going to be a pin, my friends. Yes, it is. That is going to be a restart. Unfortunate. Yes, Permanganate is being very relentless here. Take 2. Permanganate going right into the saws yet again. Those side spike strips on the side are doing a good job of kind of getting Glow Cloud turned so we can actually get a shot in the middle there. Permanganate backs off of the pin, luckily. Slides into Glow Cloud again, goes right at the saws. Broken the left side, one off, and now the right side one. So Glow Cloud mostly just has the ram plates on the front. Back off again. A ram plate has now come off of Glow Cloud. It's pushed into the grinder, and it's lost its right side slim wheel and the left side small wheel from the stabilizers on Permanganate. Okay. A lot of different things coming off here. Glow Cloud has yet another count on it. I'm not sure if it's going to be able to break it because Permanganate is in the way. Although Glow Cloud does look high-centered. I'm going to have to ask chat because Glow Cloud only has one wheel. Is that a pin or no? Because that large wheel on Glow Cloud was spinning. I think it's actually caught on the ramp plate that just came off. It's actually stuck on one of the wheels, too. I think that's actually going to be a legitimate Teko because it couldn't move at all. people saying pin. Okay, that's fair. Restart just to be safe. Okay. Was kind of hard to say, so to be safe, we shall restart. As restart number 2 now. Permanganate coming right in again. Pinning the almighty Glow Cloud to the wall. I agree, Rookie. Dysphoria's idea is pretty good. Glow Cloud lost its own wheel to the grinder by backing into it. You dumbass. Now, Permanganate's going to town, ripping off the other slim wheel and just destroying the Glow Cloud. The TKO count on it, I believe. Ooh, Permanganate's going in for the kill, though. Absolutely crushing the Glow Cloud up against the grinder. Control board shots, and that appears to have been a knockout in 49 seconds. 41 seconds, I believe, sorry. It was indeed. I agree, Logan. That was a certified Glow Cloud moment. 41 seconds, my apologies. So that will be a match win for Team Permanganate. They have at least 6 points. Nightvale only has 3 with an impending decision, so they did not lose to the Spider Wolves, but it looked close for a little bit. Permanganate needs all the points they can get. Yeah, Permanganate's trying to get in the playoff race, and after getting shot last week, it wasn't looking too good. Alright, it is time for match number 13, my friend. Ah, Ashlyn has arrived in chat. Hello, Ashlyn. You are just in time to see the New York City Pride enter the arena. They will be taking on the Egyptian Legends. You were looking fantastic. You will be the match after this, by the way, Ashlyn. Alright, so it is time to kick off this match with Bicerabot for the NYC Pride, sporting the bisexual colors. Rear hinge flipper with 2 spike strips in the front. Has a rear tail to kind of stabilize it, but it can't really self-right as a result, and Bicerabot's been kind of bad this year. It's going to be taking on definitely not Tut-Tut. Pyramid-shaped style, war pick style overhead axe. Supposed to look like Tut-Tut from Robot Wars Extreme Warriors back in the day, but it is definitely not Tut-Tut. Shush. Who does chat think's going to win here? Wow, chat is actually very split between these two. It is noteworthy, especially after last week. Definitely not Tut-Tut cannot self-right from all positions. And Bicerabot is a flipper, after all. Let us see what happens here. As chat is split, I am personally split in my brain. Let's see if one of these robots gets split, maybe. Lead right in, and definitely not Tut-Tut. Definitely went over the front of Bicerabot and has definitely been inverted. Bicerabot is controlling the definitely in need of a Shremek and has put it up against the wall. Briefly pinned, but definitely back on the floor has done just that, although it has now been inverted once more. Bicerabot playing with fire a little bit, keeping definitely not Tut-Tut up. Ooh, Tut-Tut got a big hit there. Going right down the middle of those forks on Bicerabot. Got a big hit on the chassis, broke part of the spike strips off already. Ooh, but definitely in need of an axe, has definitely lost its weapon and is definitely inverted right now. Bicerabot was able to get the lucky shot and take the axe off, and definitely getting TKO'd is definitely getting counted out right now. That is definitely a 53-second TKO victory for Bicerabot. It took a little bit and a bit more of a fight in there, but Bicerabot was able to invert. Definitely not Tut-Tut. Well then. Bicerabot just pulled off the upset of a lifetime, says Logan. I don't know, it was okay. Stream went weird there. Yeah, I just spotted that in the stream health, but hopefully it doesn't do more of the same.
We appear to be back now, though. Yeah, I've noticed the last couple of weeks the stream will just randomly have a dead spot in there, but it's still generally okay. Still stuttering, huh? Oh, that's going to be annoying if we have to do shit with the stream, because I don't have access to Mike's Twitch account, so... Ugh. Alright, so middleweight time. We have a duel of rammers. Panther comes in for NYC Pride, sporting the pansexual colors. 4 iron spikes on the front and 2 claws on either side. Very fast, very aggressive. Tends to fall around quite a lot. Legends have Toth's Wisdom. Also a 2-wheel drive rammer, but it has kind of an H-shaped chassis with V-shaped iron spikes on either side. This could be interesting. Were you able to get a fight time? Asked Leafeon. Yes, I did get the fight time down, so we don't have to worry about losing that. Only Toth had spikes on the side of Tilda's back. No, Toth is a rammer. Dysphoria. Oh, Ashland's pan-romantic. Good for you, Ashland. I do not know the full definitions on what pansexual is compared to some of the other ones, but I support it nonetheless. One of my good friends is pansexual. Chat seems pretty split between these two. A couple more for Toth, I think, so... Might see some goofiness as core. I agree. Let's commence the goofiness. Opening ram from Panther pushed Toth back to the wall, but neither the worse for wear at the moment. Both just trying to line up good shots here. It looks like Toth's spikes are at the perfect angle to go around the weaponry on Panther, get into that chassis. Ooh, Panther almost slid over the top of Toth's Wisdom there. It very nearly went over the arena, I think. Toth is briefly caught in the grinder. Ooh, a huge shot on the side from Panther. Trying to back up for another opening, but Toth was able to turn in time, and they're wedged with their spikes. Okay, they broke it, but that was very bizarre. Spikes came off of, I believe, Toth right there. The whole left side assembly has come off. Panther trying to get those iron spikes into play. Big ram at the corner of Toth once more, and put it into the grinder. Another big ram from Panther. All the V-shaped spikes are off of Toth now. It's just those middle ones remaining. Although both Panther claws are off of Panther. Control board shots on Toth in the corner. And it looks like Panther was able to get the knockout in 66 seconds with a precision ram. The speed difference really came in clutch for Panther right there. That is a ton of damage for middleweights too. Wow. Very quickly, 5 points for the New York City Pride. Who gave Panther caffeine? Me, obviously. Now it's time for the heavyweights to do their share. This could be a fun match as well. Panther was useful for once. I know, it happens on occasion. Depends on the type matchup, truthfully. Alright, so kicking off the heavyweights, we have Transfusion for the New York City Pride, sporting the trans colors behind me. Currently undefeated 12-0, the only undefeated robot remaining right now. 3 front hinge spike strip flippers, burst wedges 4-wheel drive. It's pretty powerful. He'll be taking on the Nile King from the Egyptian Legends. A triple rear hinge flipper with spike strips on either side. Can be pretty good, but when stuff gets under it, it has a really hard time coming back in matches, so... This could be a rough matchup for Transfusion here. The rest of the team is winning. I know, Tara. Isn't it weird? More than just Transfusion scoring points? Oh, I need a stretch. A lot of people going for a Transfusion. A couple think there's going to be an upset here. And I think he has a good shot, says Mr. Circuit. It's possible. We shall see what happens. Which of these two will come out on top? Nile King needs to get a win here to stay in the match. Opening charge, and Transfusion almost goes out of the arena going over the Nile King. Gotten flipped again by the rear hinge flipper. That was very, very close to a ring out right there. Transfusion trying to get up, and Nile King just not letting it. Smoke billowing out of one of those drive motors, but Transfusion has now gotten underneath the Nile King and is throwing it through the air right now. Huge damage and smoke pouring out of the Nile King right now. Transfusion has completely flipped this match on its head and has thrown the Nile King out of the arena for a 33-second ring out. What a come-from-behind win for Transfusion. That also gives it 5 ring outs on the season, so it is tied with 787B. Well then. Yeah, Transfusion with another comeback win. It does that a lot. Fight of the week, yeah, I'll put it on there at least. It's definitely going in the highlights for sure. That was pretty good. Egypt's been getting crushed recently. Yeah, Egypt's been having some bad luck. They're running into some pretty high-profile teams that have tight matchup advantages too. Get nuked, loser. There we go. Transfusion doesn't frickin' lose, and I love it for that. I love that Transfusion is unbeaten, and it gets tested every single time. Like, it's almost lost a lot, and a lot of its fights are comebacks. That's really fun. Anyway, so, super heavyweight time. New York City has also definitively won this match. They're going to try to seal it up with Friendly Fire, dual vertical spinner sporting the NB colors. Burst wedges and ramp plates on the side, but very exposed wheels. It'll be taking on Anubis from the Egyptian Legends. Dual angled spinner on either front and rear. Lots of side protection for this robot, but not much of a ground game. Up, I'm silly. Thank you, Zester, for correcting my mistake on the spreadsheet. I did only give them 2 points, though, so that's fine. Alright, Steve. You just need to go to bed, dude. Quite a few people going for Friendly Fire. Anubis is pretty durable. Anubis can be pretty durable. It takes stuff out a lot. You did not see that, Tara. Shut the fuck up. Do not clip that. I shouldn't have said that. Now you're going to. God damn it. And, yes, of course, No Beanie going for the NB gang. Let's see if the Pride can get a shutout here, maybe. Anubis gets off the wall, and Friendly Fire comes right in, takes a shot to its weapon motor immediately from the angled spinner, although so has Anubis from those verts. And the angled spinner has come off of Anubis now, although it is able to swap around to the rear one pretty quickly. They're dancing around that physics collision. Friendly Fire's gotten underneath Anubis and inverted it. Anubis begging to get flipped back over now, but is getting pinned onto the grinder instead. Friendly Fire is vicious, as it turns out. And Anubis looks as though it is going to be TKO'd right now. Just waiting for the count, and there it is. 40-second TKO victory for the NBs. Even for how large Anubis is, was still not large enough to not get flipped over. So, that is a 9-0 shutout for the NYC Pride. Egypt has had a very bad time as of late. It's very unfortunate, but it'd be like that. Oh, wow, rotary lifter. Yeah, that was basically a rotary lifter right there. All right, well, it is now on to match number 13, 14, it's one of them. Match 14. We have one of our patron teams, the Perth Hellrazers, entering right now, and we will also have No Beanie Robotics. Perth, Australia up against Sheringham Point, British Columbia. Ugh. How in the world did all of NYC's bots get wins? I don't know. I didn't know it was possible. Maybe they heard me mocking them for being the New York City Transfusions. Alright, so kicking off this match, the Hellrazers have Stone Imp for their lightweight. Vertical spinner with razor tips on there, perched up in the air at an angle with its bracket wedge. It is arguably the best lightweight right now. KOs the shit out of a lot of stuff. Very potent robot. Also, the owner of the Hellrazers, Razor259, has essentially an IRL equivalent to Stone Imp that he competes with. Really cool looking. It'll be taking on non-binary star for No Beanie Robotics. Dual front hinge spike strip flipper. Has lots of exposed chassis, but a fairly efficient ground game with its chassis wedge. Very interesting. We may be on 6 shutouts, says Liam. Yeah, we have a lot of impending decisions hindering shutouts, but it could be possible. Razor pointing out that Stone Imp beat Acidic Lemon by judge's decision, a very similar robot to non-binary star. Yeah, it could be more of the same here if they stalemate with their wedges. Notably, though, if Stone Imp gets underneath non-binary star, it's going to rip the shit out of it. But if non-binary star flips Stone Imp over, it can run inverted and top rip it instead. So this could be a reasonably close fight, actually. Hopefully not a fucking stalemate. A lot of people are going for the flipper here, so we'll see if the NB luck can have a streak here. What do you two lightweights have? Ooh, Stone Imp flipped over the front of non-binary star. Got hit on its chassis and is trying to top rip it now. It's kind of perched to the side. It's gotten a couple of hits on that left side of non-binary star. Definitely deforming that top of the chassis now. And non-binary star does not have the reach in order to fire its weapon into Stone Imp. They back off to go more even here. Non-binary star taking a ton of damage from getting top ripped right now. Needs to fire its weapon to try to break it, and it's not right now. But Stone Imp backs off. Top rip seems to be a bit of a better strategy here for Stone Imp. Smoke billowing out of the non-binary star. Control board hits now. Now non-binary star fires its flippers, but it is going to get knocked out in 51 seconds. Stone Imp utilizing the toxic top rip in order to get a win. Ooh, 1779, probably a good year, I don't remember. And that is very quickly 3 points to the Hellrazers. Yes, depth from above. That's basically how that one went, yeah. And especially if they stalemated instead, Stone Imp couldn't get its weapon into play, so getting flipped over was actually to its benefit. Ah, now we have a fun matchup. This could be really good. .570 CE was a year. Shush, Cora. There was probably a great war during that era. I don't know. Alright, middleweight time. The Perth Hellrazers have Marauder for their middleweight. Tri-bar overhead spinner. It's at a bit of an angle, but still enough to be classified as a horizontal spinner. It has been pretty poor this season. It's been finding every way to get TKO'd. It's ridiculous. But despite that, it has a 100% ring out percentage to its name, which no other robot can boast. Very funny stuff. No Beanie Robotics has remote control. A quad piston poker with iron spikes that shoot out to turn stuff off. A lot of exposed chassis and loses a lot as a result, but it can do a lot of damage when it gets stuff in front of it. I can see quite a few people not using Flipper AI for flippers to avoid non-flipping inverted opponents. I can agree, KJ. There's certain times where it's really annoying, especially if it's a non-damaging flipper. The pure flippers, it makes more sense to do that, especially like Progenitor, because you want to leave stuff upside down. So, but stuff that does damage like Overthrown or whatever, yeah, it makes more sense. Thinking it's going to lose that ring out streak here. It is not a streak, my friend. Marauder only has one win to its name, but because it was a ring out, that means all of its wins, it 100% wins by ring out. Even though it's only got one win, so. We have robots setting ring out records left and right here, and Marauder still has one of the higher ring out percentages. I don't get it either. Everyone's going for remote control, so let's see if Marauder can do anything. The remote control comes right in and is shooting right at the wheels of Marauder. Very large exposed wheels. Marauder got a couple of hits on the side of the remote control. Not bad to start. Ooh, but there goes one of the wheels off of Marauder. Smoking heavily, but that Tri-Bar is getting into play now. Both robots doing a ton of damage to each other. Although Marauder's the one smoking heavily here. Marauder's been pinned back to a grinder. And now the horizontal spinner has come off of Marauder. Remote control just with the stronger weaponry here. Control board shots, and it's not going to be another TKO against Marauder. It's going to be a 38-second knockout. No Beanie Robotics has responded with their own knockout, and it's now a tied 3-3 match. Switched off. Yes, I agree. Marauder actually did pretty decent there. If it was able to circle around remote control, it could have done a little bit better, but unfortunate. Oh, yeah, we now have a multi-bot coming up next. Alright, so time to kick off the heavyweights. The Hellrazers have Revenant for their heavyweight. Dual overhead Raptor Claw style axes with two kind of claws to corral robots in front of it. Does not have much of a wedge though. It'll be taking on the multibot of Phobos and Deimos. Phobos dual rear hinge spike strip flipper with pontoon wedges out the front, and Deimos is a tri-bar overhead spinner. This could be interesting. Yes, lots of Doom references going on here, Irrational. Quite a few people are going for the multi-bot cluster here, okay. Definitely has a wedge advantage over Revenant, but Revenant does have some defensive features to prevent multi-bots from getting to it as easily, so we shall see which of these two comes out on top. Which team breaks the tie, I wonder. Revenant goes after the tri-bar spinner first and has ended up breaking part of it off, but is also now on top of the tri-bar. Okay. Tri-bars are a better wedge, question mark? Huh. Now they're kind of caught in a TKO situation, but they appear to have broken it. Revenant goes after the flipper of Phobos, has ended up kind of on top of it. It's fired its axes wildly. Deimos is flailing around uncontrollably. Revenant is trying to self-right, but it's gotten its axes mistimed that is now caught upside down. Phobos and Deimos are trying to get back into it, but not much is going on. Revenant is perched up against the wall, but the multibots are not leaving it alone. They're going for more points here, maybe trying to get a knockout to try to seal the match. They've now backed off, and Deimos took some big hits from those raptor claws. Those demon claws, I should say. Now, Phobos has gotten its flippers caught on the ramp plate, and Revenant got a couple of hits in. Those corralling claws have started to come off of Revenant. Deimos took one of Phobos' wheels off. That is a gross bit of friendly fire right there. While the Revenant is perched up on the horizontal spinner once more. There's a TKO count, I believe, on Revenant right now, and this is going to be a pin because it cannot move. Well, poo. We get to try that again. Take 2. Revenant once again goes after Demos and getting some big hits on it, corralling it against the wall. Phobos trying to take advantage from the rear, but that rear protection coming in clutch for Revenant. Now Phobos is underneath Revenant, is briefly headed up in the air, but Revenant is firing its claws wildly trying to get down. Ooh, a big toss there from Phobos, but Revenant self-righted on top of Demos and took a huge chunk out of it. Look at how deformed the top of Demos is right now. Revenant is yet again stuck upside down. There's a TKO count going on right now, but because Revenant is not able to self-right with its axes in this orientation, this is going to be a official TKO victory. That's going to be 58 seconds and a win for No Beanie Robotics. So we have seen multiple times Revenant cannot self-right from that position. So that is going to be an official win because they're not underneath it in any way and it's not able to self-right on its own. So. Alright. Revenant got mooned. Yes, and Revenant did indeed get mooned. So that is a 5-3 lead for No Beanie Robotics entering the super heavyweights, and oh boy, could we see some more points out of them here. Oh, this could be brutal. Alright folks, super heavyweights to end this match up. We have the Baron of Hell for the Perth Hellrazers. 6-wheel drive, technically a rear hinge flipper with a singular spike strip, but it's more like Gladiator from BattleBots. Just runs in with those horns and does a ton of damage. It's taking on the Ace of Spades. 8 Warpick style axes, 4 from the side, 4 overhead. Burst wedges out the front. It kills the shit out of everything. It's gotten 10 consecutive knockouts. Holy fucking shit, that's a lot. I think that might actually be the record for the league, by the way. Ooh, this could be bad. He's gonna bump it up to 11. Everybody going for the ace here, yeah. Funny thing is, my sister got me a deck of Mars-themed playing cards last weekend, and it's various like graphics and photos of Mars itself. And one of the cards is Phobos and Deimos, the moons of Mars, and it was also since it's one of each. Fuck, I can't remember the term for it. There was one of the spades thing. I can't remember the actual term for it. Suits, that's what it is. There's one of every suit, so there was one for the ace. Spades as well, so that was pretty neat. Yeah, Baron of Hell's gonna lose bad. Yeah, we'll see if it has a chance here. What will the Baron do? Right at the side of Ace. Ace tried to get a big hit, got the one of the horns off of Baron of Hell. Briefly got caught on the horn and the debris. But Ace is just going to town on the front assembly of the Baron of Hell, caving in the top side of it now, but Baron of Hell, ooh. Baron was briefly underneath it, but it backed off. Huge hits on the rear hinge flipper. Another big shot from Ace, but it's, ooh, briefly caught on top of the debris, but that is a 33-second knockout for the Ace of Spades. 11 consecutive knockouts for Ace of Spades. That's a lot. So with that knockout, No Beanie Robotics has won 8-3 over the Perth Hellrazers. Looking pretty good for them retaining their division standings. They were 6 points behind Sinister, but Sinister got 9 points this week, so still a bit of a gap there, but also pretty good because NYC got a shutout, so well done. The ace has brought the forces of hell to its knees. Yes, indeed it has. We only have 2 matches remaining, my friends. We are now moving on to the C4 Circus, made by Quora Flavamarginata. They'll be taking on Plan Z, the Zeds, drafted out of free agency by Leafeon, one of our patrons. Alright, so we will enter the lightweights with Clown Car for the C4 Circus, 4-wheel drive rammer, 2 iron spikes, and a ram plate up top. It is as narrow as a stick of butter. It's very precision ram it has to get every single time. Not very great this season either. It'll be taking on Geohash from Plan Z. It is a rear hinge flipper, but instead of using a spike or a panel, it uses a snowplow to flip its opponents over. It's kind of been a pacifist this season, not scoring many damage points, but still getting wins here and there. This could be exciting. Chat seems kind of split. Couple going for Geohash, thinking Geohash is the pacifist is going to do it. The chat is raining honks, as you may or may not expect. Let's see which of these two can win here. Clown Car comes out really strong, but Geohash immediately flips it over. Clown Car can obviously run inverted. It's actually digging in those spikes underneath the snowplow now that's gotten propped up in the air. Geohash has taken a lot of damage already. It's a very different stalemate we have going on here. Oh, and the snowplow has come off on those iron spikes, so Geohash is now weaponless up against the Clown Car. Ooh, big impact there. Liam has confirmed Sinister Creations is making the playoffs as Geohash is on control board hits. Second one there, and our beloved pacifist is trying to keep in the match here. But it has died at the hands of the Clown Car. 52-second knockout gives the Circus the lead. Our dear pacifist tried its best, but alas. How the hell did Geohash lose the Clown Car? Because it doesn't have damaging components. That's more or less what that was down to, unfortunately. It's alright though, pacifism goes like that sometimes. Ooh, and this could be a very bizarre middleweight matchup. I kind of like this. Delicious caffeine. Alright, kicking off the middleweights with Noise Bomb for the C4 Circus. Very unique weapon combination. 2 rear hinged spike strip flippers on either side. 2 front hinged sword components through the middle. It's pretty decent flipper between it, but instead of like throwing stuff straight up, it shoots it up at an angle. It's taking on Planetary Conqueror for Plan Z. Overhead quad bar spinner with some defenses on the front and a little bit of wheel guards on the side. Hasn't been doing too hot this season, but it has gotten some surprising wins. What are our chat's predictions here? Quite a few going for Noise Bombs. And PC does not have a Shreemech. It does not. The Conqueror does not have a Shreemech or a way to self-right. Nightmare wants Noise Bomb to avenge the fallen RAL who lost to Planetary Conqueror. Most people going for Noise Bomb. Let's see if the Circus can build their lead. Maybe challenge Pink Chaos for second seed in Division 4. Noise Bomb comes right in and pops. Ooh, that was physics throwing a fucking tantrum there. That was very funny. We're gonna have to restart. Ah, I just missed it. Also, a very funny face you've put on the underside of this Cora. Take number 2. I don't even know what caused that. Go at it again. Whoa, Noise Bomb slid right under the Conqueror. Threw it almost into the ceiling. Pinning it to the wall now, but the Conqueror's kind of gotten away. Oh, but the Conqueror has now been flipped upside down and perched up against the Grinder. Tried getting away, but Noise Bomb threw it back over. Well, Noise Bomb's now inverted, and the Conqueror is pushed up against the wall. Morse using its drive power to corral Noise Bomb instead of using its spinner. And now Noise Bomb is up against the Grinder. And now Noise Bomb is self-righted. Control board hits on Planetary Conqueror, and it just like that, it has gotten killed. 36 seconds of violence have come to an end. Well then. That was a very interesting way to get the knockout there. Just like that, the Circus has 6 points and can no longer lose this match. Really trying to build on that seed in their division. Although I believe now they're only 1 point behind Pink Chaos, so they might be taking second seed here. Which could actually be huge depending on how the rest of these fights go, because if Pink Chaos drops down to 3rd seed and Team Sanctuary takes 4th seed, they kicked the shit out of Pink Chaos earlier this season. We might be able to get Pink Chaos out of the playoffs and actually have Division 4 wide open. That could be pretty fun. Alright, kicking off the heavyweights, we have a very damaging matchup coming on here. The Circus has random acts of violence, 4 side axes coming in this way, and it has an undercutting saw blade, very different weapon combination we have going on here. It's taking on Mad Train, 6-wheel drive rammer with a battering ram of axe heads. Can do a ton of damage when it runs into stuff, but it has some struggles here and there. What do we think, chat? Also, let me know how the stream quality is doing. It's buffering on my end. RAB did not do well against Second Amendment, as Core points out. Another rammer. Possible. Stream is okay. Good, good. Now it popped up for me, so... Behind the game, I have the stream health so I can see when it drops and everything, so we can check it. And the actual playback just completely vanished for a bit, so... Back now, but want to be sure. A lot of train going for RAV, couple going for the rammer. Both for a few minutes ago. Okay, cool. Oh, no, there. Cool. Let's see which of these two comes out on top. Plansy needs a knockout to stay in the match to possibly tie it. Please ban that mods. I see them over there. Mad Train immediately pushes Random Acts of Violence over to a Grinder. Another huge ram there. Took off the saw blade undercutter, but Random Acts of Violence has now cornered the Mad Train up against the wall. Taking off a wheel and a wheel from the Grinder. Very, very exposed front end on Random Acts of Violence now. But it is carving away at the Mad Train. Axe is coming off of that battering ram now. Ooh, but Mad Train caught a wheel. RAV's going to have a very difficult time moving now. Mad Train propped up on debris briefly, but has kind of gotten away. More spikes and such coming off of Random Acts of Violence, who is spinning in circles like a lunatic. 2 side axes off of RAV. Flipped upside down briefly. It is perched up against the wall. I'm not sure Random Acts of Violence can actually move now. Oop, there's a count on random acts of violence. Can it move? It's trying to spin away. It has just broken the count. Mad Train goes back in again. Ooh, Mad Train missed a massive ram there. Okay, the backside of RAV. The ram plate off the rear has come off. RAV is having a very tough time turning with that single wheel. It's propped up on its ram plate now. Mad Train going in for more. Ooh, RAV climbing over the grinder in the wall with its single remaining wheel. That wheel's probably taking a ton of damage at this point. Mad Train's lost all but 2 of its axes on its battering ram. RAV is not very mobile at the moment. Flipped upside down thanks to wheel physics again. Under a minute remaining, and Mad Train has lost all of its damaging components. While RAV is on the ropes, it still has damaging components. It's gotten control board hits on the Mad Train. Second right there. Mad Train going to try to go in and try to mobilize it. No, it got knocked out by RAV turning into a sit-and spinner. That's different. That's going to be, what is that? 139 second knockout for random acts of violence. What the hell? Look at those damage numbers, my friends. Almost identical, to be fair. 26,000 total. And that's also 3 consecutive knockouts for the C4 Circus there on Perfect Shutout Watch. And that is 100% a Fight of the Week contender. Wow, that was insane. Might be record total damage. For a single fight, no. Overall for a match, I'd have to go double check. Like, single fight was like 35,000 or some stupid shit. But now the Circus is potentially... I was going to say something, but of course, as soon as I go to say something, the game crashes. Fantastic. 4th one of the stream. I love it. Thank you, Patreon stream sponsors, for sponsoring our crash pages and our streams. Letting us do what we do and keeping the internet mobile and everything. It's fantastic. I say mobile. Keeping the internet on. Very much appreciated. Go right back in for the final super heavyweight fight of this match. Well, the final fight of this match, I should say. No. Hang on. Circus was first, my bad. There we go, that's better. Patrons wanted more attention. Yes, of course they do. Or to them at least. Alright, so... the super heavyweights, we have Freak Show coming in for the C4 Circus. Very unique weapon combination. It's a drill spinner on a piston that shoots out like this. A very defensive robot with its wedges and armor on the front. But when stuff gets on top of that drill, it can kind of grind away and do damage over time. Giant Enemy Crab is the super heavyweight for Plan Z. Dual kind of drum spinner with spike strips on either side. 4-wheel drive, similar setup to the Barracuda, but those weapon motors are rather exposed. Your PC should get a better one. No, that's not why it crashes. It crashes all the time anyway. When you're doing, I don't know, how many, over 100 fights in a week or whatever it is, like, of course it's going to crash. We're not running compatibility mode on it. A lot of people going for Crab here, apparently. A lot of people actually thinking Plan Z's here. If the Circus gets a knockout, it's going to be another perfect score. Had a couple of those threatened this week. Let's see which of these two comes out on top. meet in the middle, and Giant Enemy Crab appears to have the ground game, at least briefly, but Freak Show has pinned it to the wall and is going to town with that piston drill. Gotten one of the weapon motors off of the Giant Enemy Crab already. And it appears we might have a pinning situation right here. Nope. Kind of moving out of there, although the crab has turned into a hat. But I do hear a TKO count, so it appears as though we are going to have a restart. Yes. We're getting there. Yep, that's going to be a restart right there. Let's try this again. Opening collision, and the crab is the one winning the ground game, but Freak Show's drill is able to push it back off of the wedges so it can keep going back in. Once again, pinning the crab to the wall and going to town on that left side weapon motor, which has now come off. Just pressing the crab into the wall here. Broken the pin, and the crab has gotten out of there. We continue. Once again, the crab has gotten shoved back, and now on top of Freak Show, this is where its drill really comes into play. Firing onto the underside and damaging the bottom panel. Now Freak Show's drill kind of going to work on that front wedge assembly. Ooh, trying to flip the Giant Enemy Crab over. Giant Enemy Crab is not invertible, noteworthy. Freak Show just using its size and drive power to corral the crab. Smoke billowing out of that remaining weapon motor of Giant Enemy Crab. Lost part of its wedge now. Freak Show remains in control. Just about halfway through this fight, they break another pin and go back in. Freak Show has removed almost the entirety of the wedge on Giant Enemy Crab. It can go straight to that chassis with that drill now. And it's shoving the crab into the grinder. That drill not doing much for the crab right now. Going to be a lot of damage points coming out of this fight, let me tell you. Although part of that drill is coming off of Freak Show. It's only got one remaining component on it. Although the Giant Enemy Crab is on control board hits. Second one right there. But Freak Show lost its last spike club on its drill, so now it's just a punching motor. Giant Enemy Crab still has a damaging weapon. Freak Show doesn't really have a way to knock it out unless it gets it to a grinder here. Now Freak Show's gotten pinned into the grinder due to Giant Enemy Crab. Well, now it's shoving the crab back. Opened up a shot to its wheel, but Giant Enemy Crab has lost most of its spike strips on that one side. Takes the crab over to a grinder, but no avail on the control board hit. There was a control board hit there on the grinder before physics took over, so that is going to be a knockout right there. Because that physics glitch happened as it was pushed into the grinder, so it was already done. 26 seconds remaining is 154. And just like that, we have another perfect match this week. The Circus gets their first perfect match of the season, I believe. That's also going to vault the C4 Circus into second seed in Division 4. Well then. Indeed, what a way to end it. And what a way we're about to end this stream, as we have reached the final match of the stream. It's going to be the Rotterdam Invaders out of Rotterdam, Netherlands, taking on Team Sanctuary out of San Antonio, Texas. Oh, the Circus vaulted all the way to Division 4 lead. Would you look at that? That is insane. Things you love to see. And Cora was talking about being in third seat's purgatory earlier. Alright, so kicking off the lightweights, the final lightweight fight of the stream with Kang for Rotterdam. Dual war pick style axes. Very exposed front and top though, so even though it runs inverted, it can get KO'd pretty quickly. It's taking on Excavator for Team Sanctuary. Overhead crusher style weapon classified as an overhead axe. Very narrow wedge with sword wheel guards out the side, and basic aluminum armor. This could be interesting. Kang has nothing to protect its top from Excavator's weapon, while Excavator itself has side guards. However, those side guards are at the floor level, not at the level where the motor is at, so if Kang goes up that wedge, it's going right into that weapon motor. Quite a few people going for Excavator. Yes, this is the final match of the stream, Ashlyn. Chat seems pretty split between these two. I think it's really going to come into how they actually like meet up. If Excavator gets under Kang, it could be pretty close, but let's find out what these lightweights can do to each other. They meet on the logo, and Excavator was not able to get under Kang, and Kang has 3-tapped the Crusher in 7 seconds. Well then. Would you look at that? 658 damage to do 3 taps. That is very silly. Okay. That basic aluminum armor showing you why it's inferior to the DSA. And this is why we allow DSA armor, even though it's technically a cheat, or exploit, I should say. Restoring those DPS numbers after last week. Yeah, pretty much. Is that the fastest lightweight KO ever? I'll have to look that up. Hang on, give me just a second. Fastest. We don't have the fastest knockouts and such by weight class in our sheet, so we'll have to take a peek on that. But that's probably the record, to be honest. That was insane. Now we move to the middleweights for more violence. Interesting that doesn't have DSA, says Mr. Circuit. Yeah, I believe, according to Nightmare, the builder of Team Sanctuary, he was not aware of DSA armor when creating Excavator and one of the other robots on this team. Puts it right in chat right as I say that. Oh, thank you, Liam, for searching that up for me. So, the middleweights come in with sleeve, 1 exclamation, 1 question mark. It is yet another asymmetric overhead spinner, but this one has spike strips on one side and 2 sledgehammer counterweights on the other. Very large compared to the other ones. Also a pretty good rammer and wedge when it loses its weapon. It'll be taking on RRL for Team Sanctuary. 4 rear hinge flippers up in the middle. It went 10-0. It was very, very efficient to start the season, but has since taken a loss and is mortal. Vivian pointing out, for the ignorant, what is DSA armor? DSA stands for Double Strength Aluminum. It is a glitch armor in the game where if you build a chassis and then do not select any armor, it automatically has DSA. It's the same weight as aluminum armor, but with twice the strength as it. Typically, we don't allow glitches or exploits or cheats anything in the league, but otherwise we would just be getting 7-second knockouts with the standard armor, so we allow DSA so fights aren't 7 seconds long all the time. A lot of people going for RRL the Flipper. I mean, we did see RRL lose to an overhead in Planetary Conqueror, though sleeve hits a little bit lower, so we'll see which of these two can get it. Can Team Sanctuary get back in the match after that? RRL comes right over and immediately flips sleeve up in the air. Sleeve has gotten a couple hits on the wedge, but RRL is unrelenting. The Evangelion Flipper has been brutal all season, and it's showing at their massive control board knockout on Sleeve. I didn't even know Sleeve had taken damage from the grinder. And that's a 14-second knockout for RRL. Okay. That was a very quick and efficient knockout right there. Sleeve, I believe, has DSA armor. I don't know how it died that quickly. Okay. Well then. I agree with Core. This is a fast match. 2 fights and we've only been in the arena 21 seconds. I'm assuming Sleeve took damage from the grinder there because that was just one big hit to knock out Sleeve. Well, okay then. On to the heavyweights, I guess. Quick match central here. Yeah, we're getting some pretty quick matches going on here. I guess Nightmare wants to get the stream over with early since he been here all stream. Alright, so heavyweight time. Last heavyweight fight of the stream. The Rotterdam Invaders have Pathfinder for their heavyweight. Very interesting weapon combination. 2 front hinge Bushido swords come out of the center of the robot, and it has 2 grinding discs on either side to let just grind opponents when they're sitting up there. Very bizarre, even though it doesn't work all the time. Team Sanctuary has fire prints for its heavyweight. Dual vertical spinner with iron spike on the front. Lots of wedge stabilizers and such on the front. It has been not that great this season. Gotten wrecked quite a bit. But it's starting to pick up the pace in the second half, but been very unlucky. Pathfinder's wedge is indeed Static Nightmare, which has been part of Pathfinder's issue. It's not really able to get into robots that easily. People going for Fire Prince here, I see. Fire Prince has us in the bag, might have a chance. Expect Fire Prince to flank Pathfinder's long body. Yeah, Pathfinder does have a very hard time turning around. LOC predicting it's going to end in 21 seconds to keep the sequence going. I like your thinking, my friend. Let's see which of these two breaks the tie, as they are tied 3-3. It's had some very quick knockouts already. Meet up in the middle, and Fire Prince rolls over the front of Pathfinder, who's immediately going to town on the underside of the vert, taking off the entire spike assembly on the right side. Fire Prince is going to be rather unstable now with that off. Well, they've kind of stalemated again. Fire Prince did get to the side of Pathfinder, but not able to do much with it. We have eclipsed the 21-second mark. I'm sorry, folks. This is definitely taking longer. The right side grinding disc is off of Pathfinder. That chassis is now exposed. Ooh, and now Fire Prince has been able to break the wedge off of Pathfinder. It is now directly striking its chassis. Huge hits on the Rotterdam Flipper now. Fire Prince trying to get that control board shot in there. It's gotten control board. It's now. Pathfinder got it to a grinder, but to no avail. 58-second knockout for the Fire Prince. Honor has been restored. And with that, Team Sanctuary can no longer lose. Not going to be the shortest match anymore. 58 seconds. That would be, what? 58. Currently, this is shorter than the shortest match we've had, but the super heavyweight fight has to be like 10 seconds. And I mean, it's possible, but I doubt it. Yes, thank you, Rita. 11 seconds to break it. Fire Prince actually won a fight. I know, it happens sometimes, right? Weird shit. Thank you for doing the math, Logan. My brain is fried at this point, so I cannot do mental math. Alright, folks. Time to end the stream with our final super heavyweight fight. The Invaders have Boolean in the super heavyweights. It is a piston flipper. But unlike Event Horizon uses flipping forks, this one uses ram plates as a light cap panel and pushes up at an angle. Also has 4 ring outs to its name, so it's actually been pretty potent. It'll be taking on Comatose from Team Sanctuary. 6-wheel drive rammer, 8 iron spikes, 8 spike strips.
Can be pretty damaging, but tends to take its time with stuff. Also has basic aluminum armor as well. This could be a very bizarre matchup here, because Boolean is a very steep flipper. I don't believe Comatose can Sludgefest off of it. But if it gets up on that wedge, Boolean could easily just toss it right out of the arena. Already had 2 robots get to the 5 ring out quota already, so could Boolean be the 3rd? Ending the stream with a Sludgefest. People predicting a Sludgefest here. It's possible. The record is there for the taking, after all. Most people going with Boolean the flipper, it looks like. Well, let's potentially end this stream in style. Opening charge from Comatose goes right up the flipper of Boolean, who's gotten it over to the wall. Firing those pistons, trying to get it out of the arena. Comatose drove up the wall, but it stayed in the arena. This will not be the fastest match in RRL history, but it is looking pretty close to it. Comatose is perched up on the wall right now. Boolean's just kind of holding it there. Well, Comatose was able to get down and break the TKO count. And it went at Boolean again, who threw it back very majestically. Once again, got Comatose up on top of the wall, but Comatose drove off. It stayed in the arena. Fantastic driving from the Sanctuary. Boolean trying to stay on top and has thrown Comatose out for a 45-second ring out. Unfortunately, that means Rotterdam has lost the match 6-5, but Boolean now has 5 ringouts to its name. Fantastic. Piston flippers are good too, don't let anyone tell you otherwise. Well, that is one way to end the stream, my goodness. Alright, so that is going to be it for this week's action. So let me know, my friends, what did you think of this stream? What were some of your favorite fights? What are some of your favorite matches? I can list them down on here for fight of the week or match of the week or whatever. And some other notes as well, because I only have a couple written down at the moment. Ring out champion. Yes, Boolean has become a ring out champion as well. Had a lot of really one-sided fights going on here. We have potentially like 6 or 7 shutouts or something. 2 perfect matches and everything. Fight of the week is Mad Train versus RAV, no question. It's possible. Surprised to see New York City Pride win all their fights. I know, me too. I didn't know it was possible. Missed the first apps, are going to watch later. Yes, of course, the VOD will be up in its entirety once we have concluded here. So now it's a time where I get to plug stuff. So thank you everybody for tuning in. You can follow us on the Discord in the description, where we talk about the league, show off various builds, whether they're upgrades or new builds for potential next season. We have a social feed channel where we put out social posts as the captains of the team, and we have a fan zone for fan-made content like bingo and haters guides and other various stuff like that. The description also has the Patreon if you would like to become one of our patrons on there as well. $10 tier to be one of the stream sponsors, but we also have $1 and $5 tiers for various other things you guys can get. We also have a merch store. If you guys want to pick up merch like this, you can get an MS2 shirt. We have RRL shirts as well, just so you can enjoy some merchandise for the league. We're not looking to really make money off it. We just want there to be merchandise for you guys to enjoy. Also like water bottles and mugs and such as well. You can also follow the league on Twitter at Robot Rampage, where we're putting up stats, standings afterwards, and we'll link all the streams before and afterwards as well. You can also follow the Heavy Metal Robotics Facebook page, where we're going to be putting up how Robo Nerd went. I know Mike put up a post over there, I believe yesterday, and we'll have some new stuff up there once we get more stuff going on. So, what else we got going on here? Thank you again, of course. Yes, Mr. Psycho will be back. Mike will not be back on stream next week because he has to work next week. So you will see Mike in 2 weeks from now. I will see you once again next week to solo.
Thank you, as always, for everybody for tuning in, especially those of you who sit here through the full 5 hours. I know it's a lot because Sundays are really busy and you have other commitments, but I thank you all for spending it with me, of all people. So I will leave you with the Week 14 schedule as we are narrowing down to playoff time. Only 2 weeks remaining after this, folks. So thank you again. I know I said that a lot, but thank you, and take care, guys. You guys are great.